Chapter 911. Who is Trash? When the young man saw the guard staring at him coldly not far away, he looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, he knew that the guard had noticed his small actions just now. A few young men at the side winked at him, telling him not to stir up trouble. HMPH, a 2-star bronze rank trash mercenary group. You better not let me find a chance. The young man stared at Wang Xian coldly. His tone was filled with threat. How dare a 1-star silver mercenary group act so impudently? Ao Jian, who was at the side, heard the young man's insult and stared at him coldly. That's right. It's just a 1-star silver mercenary group. You don't have the right to talk about others like that. Suddenly, a girl came from behind. Several young men turned their heads with gloomy faces and looked at the girl who spoke. The girl was in her 20s and 30s. Her looks were average, but she had short hair. She looked valiant. She wore a leather armor with blood stains on it. The mercenary group badge on the girl's chest was a 4-star silver mercenary group. The girl spoke with hatred. Cough. We are students of the Demon Hunters Academy. The mercenary group is only 1-star silver mercenary group now, but it won't be long before we can reach gold rank. The young man looked at the girl and said with a sullen face, So you are students of the Demon Hunters Academy. My daughter is not sensible. Please don't mind her. I apologize on behalf of my daughter. A middle-aged man next to the girl heard the words of the young men, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly said to the young men, Humph. The young men snorted coldly. They were too embarrassed to argue with the girl. The female student was a little indignant and wanted to say something, but she was stopped by the middle-aged man. When the female student suddenly opened her mouth, the group of young men became embarrassed and stopped talking. They waited quietly. The speed of handing in the mission wasn't very fast. Wang Xian waited in line for half an hour before it was his turn. After handing over the badge of the mercenary group, Wang Xian said directly, Hand in the mission. The waiter took the mercenary group badge and checked the mission that Wang Xian had accepted. Bring me the mission item. The waiter looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. All right. Wang Xian handed over an interspatial ring. The waiter took the interspatial ring and opened his eyes wide. Sir, please wait for a moment. I will count it for you. The waiter was shocked and his tone was filled with respect. Please hurry up. Why is the speed here so slow? The waiter took the interspatial ring for about 2 minutes. A few young men at the back urged him in annoyance. How many missions can a 2-star bronze mercenary group take? Why is it so slow? The waiter raised his head and looked at the young men at the back coldly. Then, he looked at Wang Xian with a smile and said, Sir, your mercenary group has been upgraded. I will change your badge for you. All right. Wang Xian nodded and passed all the badges to him. He reminded him, overlapping missions. Priority is given to Phoenix Immortal Pills and Weapons Workshop. All right. The waiter nodded and said, Sir, please wait for a moment. Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and walked to the side to wait. It's finally our turn. The few young men at the back glanced at Wang Xian coldly and muttered. They walked forward and threw their badges over. Hand in the mission. The waiter nodded his head lightly. He checked the badge and muttered softly, You're still so arrogant after completing a 3-star silver grade mission. Huh. Obviously, all the extraordinary experts present could hear it clearly. This caused the expressions of the few young men to turn ugly. They asked in a low voice, After completing this mission, you should be able to advance to 2-star silver rank, right? Yes, bring the badge over. I'll exchange it for you. The attendant said indifferently. Hurry up. The few young men urged impatiently. We can't. This female attendant might have had her period, or she might have seen that they were a little annoyed, so she directly rebuked them. That gentleman has completed 10 missions. Now, he can even wait to advance to 3-star silver tier. Why are you all in such a hurry? The attendant said sarcastically. What? The young man was slightly taken aback, and his face was full of astonishment. You guys, you should keep a low profile, understand? At this moment, A staff member inside handed the newly made badge to the attendant. The staff member took it and patted the badge in his hand. He glanced at them and looked at Wang Xian. "Sir, your badge is ready." "Thank you." Wang Xian nodded with a smile on his face. "No need, no need." The staff member quickly smiled and said. Then, he looked at the few young men with a straight face. "Look, they are a 3-star silver mercenary group." "What? How is this possible? He was clearly a 2-star bronze star just now." The few young men were stunned. They widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this not possible? He handed in 5 4-star bronze star missions directly, 5 5-star bronze star missions, 3 5-star silver star missions, and 2 4-star silver star missions. "Humph, quickly move aside and wait at the side," the waiter said impatiently to the few young men. Wang Xian passed the badges to the golden swordfish and the rest. He played with them for a while, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the few young men mockingly. "It's only a 2-star silver mission, trash," he said faintly and wore the badges on his chest. His contemptuous tone and mocking behavior made the few young men's faces extremely awkward. Just a moment ago, they had mocked the other party for being only a 2-star bronze mercenary group, but damn it, they actually advanced to 3-star silver in an instant. This was simply flying. How could a mercenary group advance so quickly? Their mercenary group was a mercenary group created by the Academy's 50th strongest person. It took them 3 years to reach 2-star silver. However, the other party actually surpassed them in an instant. Furthermore, they actually completed the mission of 5-star silver grade. 5-star silver grade. They had to hunt at least level 5 supernatural beasts and demonic beasts. Haha, how interesting. At this moment, the laughter of the girls could be heard from the side. The faces of the few young men changed drastically. They lowered their heads in shame. Wang Xian didn't bother with the few young men. He could just slap them in the face. There was no need to bother with this bunch of clowns. The mission reward was placed in his interspatial ring. There was no problem with that. Wang Xian, right? Just as Wang Xian walked to the door, shadows blocked his way. 20 to 30 people blocked the entrance and stared at them coldly. Wang Xian raised his head and stared at the group of people in front of him with a twinkle in his eyes. "The Mirage Sea Mercenary Group. They are blocking our way. I wonder what's going on." Wang Xian raised his head slightly and looked at the old man who was standing in the middle. He was the leader of the Mirage Sea Mercenary Group. "We are a small team. 5 days ago, they contacted us for the last time. At that time, they bumped into you guys. I want to ask about their current situation." The leader of the Mirage Sea Mercenary Group stared at Wang Xian expressionlessly. Chapter 912. Completed the mission. What's the situation with the Mirage Sea Mercenary Group? The leader of the Mirage Sea Mercenary Group is here personally. What is he trying to do by stopping those young men? When the surrounding people saw the leader of the Mirage Sea Mercenary Group blocking the entrance of the mercenary group and Wang Xian and the rest, they were bewildered. Wang Xian stared at the leader of the Mirage Sea Mercenary Group. There was no expression on his face as he asked indifferently, "Why did the members of your mercenary group bump into us? Furthermore, they have the time to contact you guys." "I'm asking you a question." A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the leader of the Illusionary Sea Mercenary Group. His gaze was fixed on Wang Xian. "I'm asking you a question too." Wang Xian stared at the old man without showing any signs of weakness. This scene caused everyone around to be slightly stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. How dare they go against the Illusionary Sea Mercenary Group? What are their identities? The Illusionary Sea Mercenary Group is a reputable group in our holy sea town. Not many people dare to provoke them. Who is that young man? Some people around looked at Wang Xian and the rest in astonishment. Wang Xian had only been in Holy Sea Town for less than half a month. Although there were a few sensational incidents, not many people knew him. "Kid, I think you are courting death." A strong murderous intent shot out from the eyes of the leader of Huan Hai. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The person who is courting death is already dead. Wang Xian smiled faintly. With a flick of his finger, a corpse appeared on the ground. The corpse was the middle-aged leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and filled with fear. The corpse that appeared out of thin air stunned everyone. This was especially so for the members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Their eyes were instantly bloodshot as they stared at the corpse on the ground with an extremely embarrassed expression. Whoosh! Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the corpse back into his interspatial ring. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Excuse me, please step aside. Kid, I think you want to die." An angry roar came from the leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. The members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group beside him also had cold expressions on their faces as they gripped their weapons tightly. Those who are looking for death are already dead. Those who want to die, I think they are going to die soon. Wang Xian stared coldly at the leader of the Illusionary Sea mercenary group and the rest of the members. They were going head-to-head with each other. He did not show any signs of weakness. Hiss, what was that just now? That seems to be Xiao Hanshan's corpse. It can't be. Xiao Hanshan, a level 5 extraordinaire, was killed. He is one of the only 3 level 5 extraordinaires in the Illusionary Sea mercenary group. When the surrounding people saw the corpse just now, they were shocked. They looked at Wang Xian and the rest in astonishment. The atmosphere was a little tense. Get out of the way. Wang Xian looked at the group of people who were filled with killing intent and said coldly, "Brat, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I will have wasted my dozens of years in Shanghai town." The leader of the Illusory Sea mercenary group, Xiao Qianshan, stared at Wang Xian coldly. Hee. Wang Xian smiled disdainfully and walked straight ahead. The members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group opened a path and stared at all of them with bloodthirsty eyes. Who is that young man? Why is he so confident? A 3-star silver mercenary group, the Phoenix mercenary group. This is the first time I've heard of it. The surrounding people looked at the badges on Wang Xian and the rest and exclaimed in surprise, 3-star silver mercenary group? Xiao Qianshan's gaze froze slightly. When Captain Han Shan replied with the communication stone plate, he said that the other party was only a 2-star bronze grade. Why did he suddenly become a 3-star silver grade? An old man from the Mirage Sea mercenary group said with a solemn expression. A 3-star silver grade mercenary group must have an extraordinary level 5 powerhouse. However, it was unbelievable for the other party to advance to 3-star silver grades so quickly. Their Mirage Sea's 5-star silver rank took more than 30 years. With the level of the mercenary group, they could only advance after completing 10 missions of the same level. However, if one mission failed, 2 mission points would be deducted. Once they failed, the previous 2 successful missions would all be nullified. Moreover, if a mercenary group failed too many times, they would lose their level. This was also the reason why a 5-star silver grade mercenary group took more than 30 years. For example, Wang Xian's Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was completely different. They possessed the combat strength of a level 7 supernatural being. The average level 5 supernatural being would naturally increase their level very quickly. At the later stages, their speed would slow down. Of course, this was only relative. With the speed at which Wang Xian and the rest increased their strength, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group would soon reach the gold grade. After clashing with the Mirage Sea mercenary group, Wang Xian walked straight to the Celestial Phoenix Elixir and Weapons Workshop. When he arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Phoenix shop, he realized that there was no one inside. Yesterday, the threat from Dao Hen and the involvement of the Mirage Sea mercenary group made the mercenary group of Shanghai Town not dare to come to the Celestial Phoenix Elixir and Weapons Workshop to shop. Today, the entire shop was completely empty. Young master, I didn't expect it to be you. Would you like to buy some elixirs? When Wang Xian walked into the shop, the staff in front of him was slightly stunned and asked respectfully, "Buy some elixirs. Where's Shopkeeper Liu?" "Shopkeeper Liu is at the back. I'll call for him immediately." A middle-aged man behind the counter said hurriedly and walked to the back quickly. "Young master, are you going to buy some elixirs again?" Shopkeeper Lu walked out and asked Wang Xian with a face full of anticipation. "Yes, an elixir that costs 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones." Wang Xian nodded his head directly and took out the remaining Heaven Stargrass and Heaven Billowgrass after the mission. "Also, I have some Heaven Stargrass and Heaven Billowgrass in my hands. Please calculate the price." "Heaven Billowgrass?" Manager Lu's eyes lit up and revealed an excited look. "Young master, we are willing to buy it at 1.5 times the market price." "Thank you, young master." Wang Xian waved his hand. "Change it into elixirs that can improve your cultivation." "Yes, yes." Manager Lu nodded his head quickly and his face was flushed. It was another deal that was close to 1 million middle-rated spirit stones. Although it was far from the previous deal, it was still a huge deal. Furthermore, after this deal ended, some of the elixirs in Shanghai town were about to run out of stock. To buy 70% of the elixirs in the Fengxian Elixir and Weapons Workshop by himself, it was a terrifying thought. "Young master, please take a look." Wang Xian received the elixirs that Manager Lu handed over. After checking them, he was very satisfied. Manager Lu was obviously not a short-sighted person. He had offered a huge discount on both purchases. Wang Xian brought along a medicinal pill worth 1 million middle-grade spirit stones and walked towards his residence. After digesting these medicinal pills, the strength of the strange demon and the golden swordfish could be improved considerably. This young master seems to be called Wang Xian. I don't know why he helped our Fengxian medicinal pill and weapon workshop so much. His strength is really strong. He came twice and bought 9 million medicinal pills. Shopkeeper Lu's eyes flickered as he watched Wang Xian leave. Ding! Congratulations to host for advancing to a silver-level mercenary group. Activate the reward. Chapter 9:13. Diamond-level monsters were attacking the city. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the Light and Shadow Barrier. Light and Shadow Barrier, Transcendent Level 8 Formation. Function: set up a barrier to trap the enemy and protect yourself. Ding! The second phase mission of the mercenary group has been activated. You have been promoted to a gold-level mercenary group. You will be rewarded with a random transcendent item. When Wang Xian was walking on the road, the system's voice suddenly rang out, causing Wang Xian to be slightly stunned. An extraordinary level 8 formation. Not bad, not bad. It can withstand an attack from an extraordinary level 8. Furthermore, after upgrading to a gold-tier mercenary group, you will be able to obtain an extraordinary item at random. Wang Xian was full of smiles. If this light and shadow barrier was used properly, it would have a great effect. When he returned to his residence, Wang Xian took out an elixir and swallowed it directly, obtaining more than 800 dragon crystals. More than 800 dragon crystals were not enough to increase the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. They could only continue to accumulate. Following that, Wang Xian took out the mission stone plate and prepared to search for another place to complete the mission to increase his strength. This time, he was prepared to choose a place where the level of the ferocious beasts was higher. For low-level aquatic creatures, the amount of dragon crystals they obtained after swallowing them was too little. It was too slow to increase their level. However, just as Wang Xian was looking for a mission, in the most luxurious restaurant in Shanghai town, a young man was sitting next to a woman with a fawning expression. The woman was wearing the tight-fitting uniform of a city guard. However, it was this uniform that made the young man's eyes burn with passion. Beside the young man, there were more than a dozen young men sitting next to him. A few of them were the few people who were mocking Wang Xian in the hiring association. "Lu Yan, when are you going back to school? I'll go with you. I'll be able to take care of you on the way back." The young man poured a cup of tea for the girl with a flattering look and said with a smile, "Let's set off 5 days before school starts. There's still half a month's time." Jean Luyan said to the young man calmly, "Oh, is that so? It just so happens that we'll be staying here for a period of time as well. It's our first time coming to Shanghai town. We'll go to Donghai City together." the young man said with a smile. Jean Luyin hesitated for a moment and nodded. There are still some classmates in Holy See Town. Let's go together. Okay. The young man nodded. Okay. At this moment, Jean Luyin was suddenly shocked and hurriedly took out the communication stone plate from her pocket. Her communication stone plate was different from the ordinary one. Obviously, it was much more advanced. At this moment, the communication stone plate was emitting light. Not good. When Jean Luyin opened the communication stone plate and saw the words on it, her expression changed drastically and she suddenly stood up. What happened? The young man at the side saw Jean Luyin suddenly stand up and asked with a stunned expression. Don't leave the city. I'll go to the watchtower. Jean Luyin immediately walked towards the window of the restaurant. Luyin, what happened? Can I help? Seeing that Jean Luyin was about to fly out, the young man frowned and hurriedly asked. Monster Siege. Without turning back, Jean Luyin flew toward a watchtower in Holy See Town. Monster Siege? Hearing these words, the young man's face changed dramatically. The dozen or so young men beside him were also stunned. A monster siege? They cried out in surprise, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, the bells suddenly rang throughout the entire Holy See Town, and the rapid bell chimes echoed in everyone's hearts. What happened? What's going on? Why did the bell of the faraway watchtower suddenly ring? Not good. Something bad has happened. When everyone in Holy See Town heard the bell, their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes revealed shock. Holy See Town, all mercenary groups, all cultivators above Transcendent Level 1, be on alert. The monsters are about to attack the city. At this moment, a majestic voice covered the entire Holy See Town and entered everyone's ears. When everyone heard this voice, their expressions changed drastically. It's the mayor's voice. Monsters are attacking the city. Oh my God. Monsters are attacking the city. Monsters are attacking the city. What level of monsters are attacking the city? They actually made the mayor take precautions personally. The monster attack this time isn't simple. I hope it's not a powerful monster. In an instant, the entire Holy See Town was in chaos. The weak citizens prayed with pale faces. A monster siege. A terrifying monster siege. For everyone, the biggest disaster was a monster siege. In the Transcendence continent, many cities were destroyed by the monster siege and turned into ruins. Countless experts died under the monster siege. Once the city was breached, at least 1 million people would die. The sudden siege of the city caused everyone to look terrified. Diamond-level monsters are attacking the city. Everyone, don't panic. The mercenary will start the mission to defend the city. At this moment, the voice from earlier sounded again, comforting the panicked people. Diamond-level monsters are attacking the city. Fortunately, with the mayor's presence, we should be able to resist them. Phew, a diamond-level monster attacking the city shouldn't be too much of a problem. A diamond-level monster is still a little dangerous. Come, let's go to the position of the city wall. The mission to defend the city has begun. Haha, as long as we defend Holy See Town and kill the murderer demon beasts, we will be able to obtain a huge amount of resources to increase the level of the mercenary group. Some of them heaved a sigh of relief and followed closely behind the mercenary group and the city wall. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was in his room, was slightly taken aback when he heard this majestic voice. A monster siege? A diamond-level monster siege? He was slightly taken aback and immediately stood up. His eyes were sparkling. A monster siege was not very rare on the Transcendence continent, especially for the town of Shanghai, which was located by the sea. It happened once every few years. Compared to the safer town, the mayor's strength was around Transcendent level rank 8. Only a special city like Holy See Town was at Transcendent level rank 9. Every time a monster attacked a city, a lot of employees would die. However, every time a monster attacked a city, it was an opportunity for any mercenary group. As long as it was not a destructive monster siege, they could kill a large number of fierce beasts and demon beasts with the advantage of the city wall. The corpses of these demonic beasts and murderers were treasures. Let's go. It will be difficult for diamond-level monsters to destroy the Holy Sea Town. This monster feast is our chance to improve our strength quickly. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he immediately ordered the members of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. A group of members of the Dragon Palace followed behind Wang Xian and headed towards the city walls. There were 4 city gates in Shanghai town. Only the south gate of the east gate was closer to the seaside. Wang Xian headed straight for the east gate. On the way, Wang Xian opened the mission stone tablet. At this moment, there was no mission on the mission stone tablet. There was a line of words in the middle. The mission to defend the city was about to begin. Chapter 9:14. Diamond-grade monsters were attacking the city. The mission to defend the city was about to begin. The rest of the missions had been eliminated. During the special time, the main mission was to defend the city. Wang Xian and the rest rushed towards the east gate. There were also many mercenary groups rushing towards the east gate. The entire street was filled with cultivators holding weapons. Their faces were filled with fighting spirit. When they arrived at the city gate, the city wall was filled with city guards. They were standing on top with bows and arrows in their hands, and weapons in their hands. In the middle of the city wall stood a middle-aged man. The strongest person in Holy Sea Town, the mayor of a town, Jin Xinyuan. At this moment, beside Jin Xinyuan was an old man dressed in the uniform of a member of the Demon Hunting Mercenary Association. The words demon hunting were written on the old man's clothes. This was the president of the Demon Hunting Mercenary Association of Holy Sea Town, a transcendent level 8 powerhouse. At this moment, there were many mercenary groups gathered in front of the city gate. Each of them held a weapon in their hands, waiting for the mission to be activated and the mayor's order. According to our investigation, this should be the first wave of attack. There are even more powerful aquatic creatures behind. In the middle of the city wall, Jin Xinyuan stared ahead with a serious expression. In the ocean ahead, groups of creatures swam towards them. At a glance, they were densely packed, almost endless. At the front was a very strange monster. A white shell was on both sides of its body. It had 4 limbs, and one of its arms was as long as a knife. The knife was emitting a golden light. This monster was not very big. Most of them were about 1 meter in size, and the biggest one was only 3 meters in size. This was a golden scalpel fish, an aquatic creature with the lowest transcendence level 1. Other than the ground, there was also a strange aquatic creature in the sky. Its entire body was pitch black, like a bat, and it had a sharp mouthpart and a black whip-like tail. Every time this creature stirred, it would bring with it a dense black aura. Its aura seemed to far surpass that of the golden machete fish below. This was a demonic winged beast. Its strength was at least at the 2nd rank of the extraordinary realm. Apart from these 2 aquatic creatures, there were other creatures behind it. However, they were still very far away from Holy Sea Town. Kill the first wave of aquatic creatures as soon as possible. Let the mercenary group take action first. The few experts in the city are ready to deal with the leader of the fierce beasts at any time. The president of the mercenary group stared at the front with an expressionless face and said slowly, "Well, apart from the west gate, the east gate, the north gate, and the south gate will be attacked. The east gate is in the center." Jin Xinyuan's eyes flickered. Seeing that the aquatic creatures were about to arrive, he ordered, "The city defense mission is activated." "It's the mayor." The old man next to him nodded, then slowly turned his head and looked at the city gate. There were tens of thousands of mercenary group members gathered here, each of them holding a weapon in their hands, waiting for the mission to start. City defense mission begins. The old man waved his arm, and an image appeared above him. City defense mission begins. First mission. 1:5 Star Silver mission. Battle outside the city. Kill fierce beasts. According to the number of fierce beasts killed, obtain additional corresponding points, the fierce beast corpse belongs to the Slayer. 2:1 Star Bronze Mission. Stand on the city wall and attack from afar. Based on the number of berserk beasts killed, you will receive additional points. The corpse of the berserk beast will belong to the Slayer. Additional points. 1 point for a Tier 1 berserk beast, 10 points for a Tier 2 berserk beast, 100 points for a Tier 3 berserk beast, and 1,000 points for a Tier 4 berserk beast. The points will be increased one by one. When a mercenary group participates in a mission, more than half of them must complete it. There were 2 missions, and they were vastly different. The first mission was to leave the city and fight. As long as they survived, they would be considered to have completed the 5-star silver mission. While fighting on the city wall, the 1-star bronze mission was mainly because there was no danger on the city wall. Apart from these 2 missions, killing a beast could obtain points and the corpse of the beast. The first mission was relatively dangerous, while the second mission was 100% safe. Obviously, the demon hunters would encourage mercenary groups to leave the city to fight. The first wave of attacks could be easily defended by the guards on the city wall. You can accept missions through the mission stone plate, or you can accept missions through registration. Mission begins. Boom, boom, boom. When the old man finished speaking, the city gate immediately opened. Haha, if you want to kill, then go out and kill. Brother, follow me in charge. FUCK, although it's dangerous, as long as we can survive, we can definitely make a fortune. Haha, charge. Very quickly, a mercenary group chose a mission and directly charged out of the city. The first wave of missions was not very dangerous. For cultivators whose strength had reached transcendent level 3 or 4, the danger of leaving the city to battle was not very high. However, the rewards would definitely not be low. The mercenary groups flew out with fighting spirit. Let's go. Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. His body moved, and he flew straight into the sky towards the outside of the city. During the period of defending the city, he could fly in the city. A group of members from the Dragon Palace followed behind while the strange demon was hidden in the void. Wang Xian and the rest were floating in the sky outside the city. They stared ahead with cold eyes. There were about 7,000 to 8,000 cultivators around them. Each of them was at least at level 2 of the extraordinary realm. There were at least hundreds of thousands of goldfish in front of them. There were also thousands of demonic winged beasts in the sky. The battle to defend the city was about to begin. The real battle was about to erupt. It's all of you. At this moment, a cold voice came from the side. Wang Xian frowned and looked to the side. He saw 4 to 5 young men staring at him coldly. What's wrong? Who is he? In the middle of the young men, a young man with long hair tied up and a golden long sword under his feet looked at the 4 to 5 of them curiously. Beside them, Jin Luyan also looked over curiously. Leader, this kid called our mercenary group trash and even mocked us. A young man stared at Wang Xian coldly and said to the long-haired young man beside him, Is that so? A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the long-haired young man. Jin Luyan frowned and looked at Wang Xian and the rest. He is only 1 level higher than us, and he said that we are trash. Kid, you are really arrogant. The long-haired young man moved his palm, and another golden long sword appeared in his hand. Hee, trash. It's time to fight. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the few of them with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He stared ahead and charged forward. Kill, 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 kill. An earth-shattering sound of killing rang out as 7,000 to 8,000 people charged towards the hundreds of thousands of golden mackerel. When the long-haired young man and the rest heard Wang Xian's words, their faces turned ugly instantly. What an arrogant fellow who is courting death. The long-haired young man's face was gloomy. His eyes flickered as he swept his gaze across Wang Xian's figure. Let's kill the ferocious beasts first. Jin Luyan, who was at the side, also frowned. She shouted softly and charged over. Chapter 9:15 was killing in all directions. Kill. The area of 10 kilometers in front of them was filled with densely packed golden blade fish. There were the most golden bladefish at Transcendent Level 1, followed by Transcendent Level 2, Transcendent Level 3, and even Transcendent Level 5. The number of golden bladefish was dozens of times more than the number of mercenary groups. One by one, the mercenary groups spread out and attacked the golden bladefish below. Wang Xian led Aojian and the rest to attack a spot in the middle. There were more than 10,000 people. For at least 300,000 to 400,000 goldfish, it was very little. However, the strength of more than 10,000 members of the mercenary group was much stronger than the goldfish. Among the members of the mercenary group, there was also an extraordinary level 6 powerhouse. Burn the river and boil the sea. Wang Xian came to the sky above the goldfish. Without any hesitation, he unleashed a terrifying fire abijna. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment he arrived, hundreds of goldfish below him waved their golden knife-like arms and slashed at him. With a swing of the knife, a 100-meter-wide knife mark was formed. In an instant, hundreds of knife marks were comparable to an attack of a level 2 transcendent. Boom! However, before the knife light could reach him, the terrifying flames covered an area of 3,000 to 4,000 meters below him. The terrifying flames melted the saber ray directly and landed on the ground. In an instant, it covered more than 100 golden knife fish. A single divine ability instantly killed more than 100 golden knife fish, including 4 to 5 extraordinary level 3 golden knife fish. HMPH, using a divine ability as soon as you come up. You're really courting death. At this moment, a cold snort came from not far away. Wang Xian glanced at the long-haired young man and ignored him. Do you want to compare our killing speed, trash? The long-haired young man obviously held a grudge against Wang Xian's words of trash. He mocked him coldly. You are not qualified. Wang Xian did not have a good impression of these prideful young men. He opened his mouth directly. HMPH coward. The long-haired young man snorted coldly. More than 10 long swords appeared around him in an instant and attacked the surrounding goldfish. Jin Lu Yin, who was not far away, took a glance at this place. Water arrows were shot at the goldfish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 long swords killed more than 10 goldfish in an instant. Clearly, the long-haired young man was not weak either. Whoosh. Wang Xian opened his mouth and spat out the fire dragon bead instantly. He attacked the goldfish one by one. Wang Xian's arm changed slightly and turned into a dragon claw. He landed directly in the middle of the goldfish. Kill. His face was ice cold. He waved his dragon claw and killed a goldfish with one strike. Even if it was a level 3 transcendent, he would be killed instantly. So strong. The long-haired young man took a glance at Wang Xian, and a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. 10,000 swords, slash? At this moment, a cold voice came from the side. The long-haired young man quickly looked over and saw 11 middle-aged men wielding the same golden longswords on the right. A unified move, a unified attack, and a unified divine ability. In an instant, thousands of long swords appeared in front of each of them. The 11 of them moved and charged forward together. A single charge of 3,000 meters killed 4,000 to 5,000 golden swordfish. The terrifying attack was blocked by 3 transcendent level 4 golden swordfish. Boom! Wang Xian rushed to the front of the few transcendent level 4 golden swordfish in a frenzy. His dragon claws enlarged by 3 meters and grabbed a transcendent level 4 golden swordfish. Crack! Crack! The body of the golden swordfish split open and died instantly. Aojian and the rest of the golden swordfish swung their long swords and slashed at the other 2 transcendent level 4 golden swordfish. 11 terrifying sword rays flashed and killed the 2 golden swordfish. So strong. The long-haired young man's expression changed slightly. In an instant, he killed a transcendent level 4 golden swordfish. That kid's strength was not weaker than his. Kill, kill, kill. There were simply too many golden mackerel. However, this made Wang Xian extremely excited. His body moved quickly as he killed one golden mackerel after another with his dragon claws. In less than 5 minutes, Wang Xian had killed more than 1,000 golden mackerel. Ao Jian and the rest were also not slow in their killing speed. 11 of them had killed more than 2,000 golden mackerel. A massacre. The golden machete fish was not very strong. Wang Xian relied on his terrifying physical strength and dragon claws to kill them quickly. A massacre. Not a single golden machete fish could withstand 2 of his attacks. What kind of supernatural power is that claw of his? How can it be so strong? The long-haired young man looked at Wang Xian and the rest with a serious expression. Which mercenary group is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Its combat strength is so insane. This time, even Jin Luyin was astonished. In the few mercenary groups nearby, with the young man as the leader, the number of goldfish they killed in a short period of time exceeded the total number of 4 to 5 mercenary groups in the surrounding area. Damn, they're so violent. Their physiques are so strong. Which mercenary group is that guy from, bro? He's too fierce, killing much faster than us. The other mercenary groups also looked over in shock. The strength of their mercenary groups was not weak either. All of them were 3 to 4 stars silver rank. Their leader was an extraordinary Type 5 expert, but the number of kills he killed was still far from the 12 of them. It's a pity that the strange demon can't be exposed. If the strange demon attacked together, its speed would be even faster. Wang Xian thought to himself. With the physique of a divine dragon, the energy and physical strength in his body were dozens of times stronger than that of a human. He didn't feel the slightest bit tired when he killed. Damn, look ahead. The leader of the Sword Scar mercenary group is too abnormal. He killed over 1,000 golden mackerel fish in one strike. The few large mercenary groups in Shanghai town are all there. Even though they were surrounded by 70,000 to 80,000 golden knife fish, they still managed to kill everyone in all directions. Awesome. At this moment, exclamations could be heard from the surroundings. Wang Xian raised his head and looked ahead. He noticed that there were terrifying attacks coming from the front. 70,000 to 80,000 golden knife fish were surrounding and attacking more than a dozen people. These people were all the leaders of the top mercenary groups in Shanghai town. The strongest knife marks was at level 7 of the supernatural realm. Interesting. Wang Xian licked his tongue and looked towards the center of the group. He then flew towards the area where the goldfish were the most concentrated. Damn, is he fucking courting death? The few young men who were following the long-haired young man shouted in surprise when they saw Wang Xian suddenly charging over. He's courting death, the long-haired young man said disdainfully. Entering the encirclement without the strength of a transcendent level 5 was simply courting death. Although it's not good to expose the physique of the divine dragon, it shouldn't be a problem to expose the other attributes. Wang Xian licked his tongue and looked at the nearly 100,000 golden mackerel fish in front of him. He flew up high. The wood world descended. Spirit enchantment. The long-haired young man's expression changed drastically. Chapter 9:16. People from Zhan Shanghai town. On Earth, an extraordinaire could cover an area of more than 10 kilometers with a wave of his hand. However, on the extraordinaire continent, due to the rich spiritual energy, the quality of the spiritual energy in the world was higher than on Earth. The attack of an extraordinaire could only cover an area of 1 to 2,000 meters at most. The descent of the wood world was the result of Wang Xian advancing to the extraordinaire and obtaining a wood attribute supernatural ability. As his level increased, it would increase. The power of the descent of the wood world was comparable to a level 5 divine ability. However, with the addition of the spirit enchantment, the attack was even more terrifying and more agile. Descent of the wood world. Spirit enchantment. When Wang Xian's voice rang out in the sky, dense trees instantly appeared beneath him. The trees were 5 to 6 meters thick, 4 to 500 meters tall, and had an area of more than 1,000 meters. Within this range, Wang Xian could control the wood world to descend and attack. However, After the enchantment, all the trees seemed to come alive. Boom, boom, boom. The trees seemed to have woken up and were emitting green rays of light. Kill. Wang Xian stood at the highest point of a tree. His body was emitting a dense azure dragon aura. The azure dragon aura seeped into the tree, causing it to become even stronger. A divine ability with a coverage of more than 1,000 meters was not considered small in this battlefield with a radius of 10 kilometers. However, such an area of attack had appeared 5 to 6 times since the start of the battle. Some of the area of effect attacks had a wide coverage, but they did not last for long. It was like burning the river and boiling the sea. It only lasted for about 10 seconds. The descent of the wood world was different. Only when all the trees were destroyed could the descent of the wood world disappear. The attack power of the descent of the wood world was slightly weaker than that of burning the river and boiling the sea. However, it was completely different after the enchantment. Even if Wang Xian did not turn into a divine dragon, his attack power was still not weak. Hundreds of huge trees were like awakened tree demons. They attacked the gold-blade fish in front of them directly. Holy shit, what divine ability is this? The tree demons that suddenly appeared, and there were hundreds of them, waved their thorns and attacked the golden knife fish. This scene made many people look shocked. They summoned trees, but the trees attacked like living creatures. Such a divine ability was unbelievable. What a powerful divine ability! Some of the mercenary group leaders looked over and revealed a look of astonishment. What he? The long-haired young man and the rest were stunned. Even Jin Luyin, who was standing at the side, looked at the young man standing on the tree demon in astonishment. Due to the conflict with Wang Xian, they had been paying attention to his battle. In the beginning, he used the fire attribute, but now, he actually used the wood attribute. Dual attributes? The long-haired youth widened his eyes in disbelief. Dual attributes meant that his attack power far exceeded that of a single attribute. However, the cultivation speed of dual attributes was twice that of a single attribute. He actually has dual attributes, and he should be at Transcendent Rank 4 or Rank 5. How terrifying! Jin Liuyin's face was filled with shock. Not many people in Eastern Sea City could match such talent. Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone was in shock, the spirit-imbued trees in the tree world transformed into tree demons. One after another, the trees moved their huge bodies and attacked the gold-blade fish. The densely packed trees smashed onto the gold-blade fish and sent them flying. Terrifying. There were hundreds of tree demons that were hundreds of meters tall, and each one of them had the strength of a rank 3 transcendent. With their huge bodies, their attacks were simply abnormal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a few minutes, the group of tree demons had killed 3,000 to 4,000 golden bladefish. However, after killing so many golden bladefish, the dozens of tree demons looked like they were in tatters. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the sky. Thousands of demon-winged beasts suddenly swooped down and attacked the tree demons. These demon-winged beasts were stronger than the golden mackerel. Thousands of demon-winged beasts emitted a terrifying demonic aura and could easily destroy all the tree demons. Wang Xian stood at the top of a tree demon. He frowned slightly and thought of something. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the group of demon-winged beasts attacked, all the trees started to move. They were not attacking the demonic winged beasts. Instead, all the tree magic thorns intertwined together to form a huge net. Whoosh! When the net that covered a radius of more than 2,000 meters intertwined together, it directly covered all the demonic winged beasts. Ka. When the demonic winged beasts saw the net that covered them, their eyes revealed a cold expression. They flapped their wings and instantly, demonic feathers flew towards the net of thorns. However, the moment the demonic winged beasts attacked, all the trees condensed into thorns and filled up the spot where the net was broken. The tree demon turned into thorns and interweaved into a gigantic net that was suspended in the air. In the net, over 1,000 demonic winged beasts were covered. This is the moment. A blazing fire flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. He moved his body and dashed toward the net formed by the tree demons. Boom! In an instant, terrifying flames shot out from Wang Xian's eyes and body. The flames ignited all the tree demons in an instant. Wood-based fire. Wood-based fire. Boom! 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 In an instant, a flaming battlefield with a radius of more than 1,000 meters suddenly appeared on the battlefield with a radius of 10 kilometers. Gulp. Dual attribute, wood makes fire. Using these trees as fuel, the fire attribute explodes with even more terrifying power. My God, this move is too terrifying. Who is that young man? How can he be so strong? This move is simply amazing. Too strong, too strong. What kind of monster young man has appeared in our holy sea town? Around them, the members of the mercenary group looked over with a look of horror on their faces. Among the demonic winged beasts that were surrounded by trees, there were quite a number of transcendents at level 4 and level 5. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, screams of agony were heard coming from the huge flames. Whoosh! A few demonic winged beasts at level 5 transcendents flew out from the flames. Kill! At this moment, Wang Xian took action and chased after the 3 transcendent level 5 demonic winged beasts. The 3 demonic winged beasts were already severely injured. Kill! Ao Jin 11 followed closely behind Wang Xian. Their bodies transformed into long swords and charged towards the 3 transcendent level 3 demonic winged beasts in the sky. The 3 extraordinary level 5 demonic winged beasts that had just escaped were killed by them. Hiss! They're too strong. What kind of mercenary group is this? It's simply heaven-defying. The most terrifying one is the young man with wood and fire attributes. He's too amazing. Some of the surrounding members of the mercenary group saw this scene and widened their eyes. They were filled with shock. The long-haired young man and the few members beside him looked extremely embarrassed. There was even some fear in their hearts. I saw their badges just now. Their mercenary group seems to be called the Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group. Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group. Chapter 917. Sneak Attack. The Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group. When Wang Xian descended with one move of the Tree World, one move of the Spirit Enchantment, and the final mass of Wood Fire Burial, his formidable strength and dual attribute talent instantly shocked everyone in the entire Holy Sea town. Genius, Heaven's Pride, evildoer. In everyone's eyes, he was even more evildoer than evildoer. What kind of mercenary group is the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group? Why haven't I heard of it before? Strong, too strong. The other 11 members of the Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group are all at Transcendent Level 4. The 12 of them have killed at least 10,000 ferocious beasts. This is simply heaven-defying. That young man looks young, but he possesses such strength. He might be able to become a powerhouse above transcendence in the future. Everyone looked at Wang Xian, the golden swordfish, and the rest in astonishment. Their faces were filled with disbelief. With just 12 people, they had killed more than 10,000 ferocious beasts. Among them, there were a few beasts that were at Transcendent Level 5 and Transcendent Level 4. They were so powerful that they were almost heaven-defying. Only the 2 or 3 mercenary groups in Shanghai Town could achieve such a feat. Wang Xian's name was completely known in Shanghai Town during this battle. The Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group could also be considered to have officially stepped onto the stage of the supernatural continent. Hee. Listening to the discussions and shock of the people around him, Wang Xian smiled faintly. The strength that he displayed now was less than 1/10 of his peak strength. Even if he revealed some of his strength, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Continue. Kill. Wang Xian didn't stop and continued to attack the surroundings. This was a rare opportunity. After the monster siege this time, the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group had a high chance of being upgraded to gold rank. In addition, the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts' corpses belonged to them. A transcendent level 5 demonic beast's corpse was worth 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones. If they killed dozens of them, they could earn a few million spirit stones. When that time came, their strength would be upgraded once again. This is too ferocious. After 2 rounds of casting, they are still so powerful. Seeing Wang Xian attack again, the people around were shocked. Even if I cast all my spells, it won't consume too much of my energy. Wang Xian smiled. He waved the vines in his hands rapidly and killed the ferocious beasts one by one. Leader, this person is not someone we can provoke. At the back, the few young men beside the long-haired young man, who had provoked Wang Xian last night, were looking at Wang Xian's figure with pale faces as they spoke to the long-haired young man in fear. As long as he doesn't provoke us, we won't provoke them either. The long-haired young man spoke with a guilty expression. When he recalled his taunting just now, his expression turned extremely ugly. The other party's strength could completely crush him. He would never have thought that there would be such a monstrous young man in such a small Holy See town. What a strong kid. On top of the city wall, Jin Xinyuan looked at Wang Xian's figure in astonishment. To be able to reach extraordinary 4th or 5th level at such a young age, he was a top-notch existence in the entire kingdom. Furthermore, the other party had dual attributes. This was somewhat heaven-defying. If this kid doesn't perish, his future is limitless. The president of the hiring association was also staring at Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes. Supervisor E. It's that young man who spent more than 9 million middle-grade spirit stones on our Phoenix Immortal. At this moment, in an area of the city wall, Manager Lu stood beside a woman and pointed at Wang Xian, who was in the middle of a battle. The Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group? Do you know where he came from? Why did he help us? Phoenix Immortal. The woman was about 1.8 meters tall and had a good figure. She stared at Wang Xian with a twinkle in her eyes and asked curiously, I don't know. He seems to be from another place. Manager Lu shook his head and hesitated for a moment before continuing, but I feel that he seems to have some connection with us. Phoenix Immortal? To be able to support us under the threat of the 2 big mercenary groups in Holy See Town, there must be some connection. I just don't know the exact reason. The woman's face revealed a thoughtful expression. But no matter what, since the other party has helped us, we should also be on good terms with him. In the future, when he buys medicinal pills, he will give us a 20% discount. Yes, Manager E. Shopkeeper Lu nodded. Right now, the weapons and elixirs workshops in all our places are being suppressed by the life and death elixir workshops and the biological weapons workshops. Holy See Town is considered to be quite lucky. The woman muttered, This time, we came at the right time. We encountered monsters attacking the city, so we can sell some of the elixirs we brought. Haha, 15 transcendent tier 6 goldfish. The rest are not allowed to attack. Leave it to me. In the middle of the battlefield, a maniacal laughter suddenly erupted. At the very front, Dao Hin held a long knife with a maniacal smile on his face as he charged forward. Over there was the leader of the Golden Knife Fish, 15 transcendent level 6 ferocious beasts. As long as he killed these 15 transcendent level 6 golden knife fish, it was only a matter of time before he killed the rest. Dao Hin dashed forward. The rest did not dare to follow him. In the entire battlefield, only Dao Hin was at level 7 transcendence. The rest of the mercenary groups continued to clean up the golden anchovies. In half an hour, only a few 100,000 golden anchovies were left. What a strong kid. On the other side of the battlefield, the leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group, Shou Qianshan, was killing the golden anchovies. From time to time, he would look at Wang Xian, who was slaughtering everyone. The strength that Wang Xian displayed shocked him. However, the more he did so, the stronger the killing intent in his heart. I can't wait any longer. I have to get rid of this brat. Otherwise, Han Shan's death will be in vain. Shou Qianshan's eyes were extremely cold. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. The battle was ongoing, and the slaughter was also ongoing. Wang Xian didn't know how many goldfish he had killed. Each time he attacked, more than 10 goldfish would die immediately. These low-level goldfish didn't have any strength left to resist Wang Xian's attacks. They didn't dare to resist either. In fact, Wang Xian possessed the might of the dragon. Once he used it, 80% of the ferocious beasts on the battlefield would be under his control. After all, goldfish belong to the aquatic race. Most of their strength was below level 3 of the supernatural realm. If he really used the might of the dragon, it would be a little shocking. Dragon King, be careful. At this moment, a reminder entered his ears. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. His eyes that were emitting light swept behind him. Whoosh! Sneak attack. Wang Xian's expression changed drastically. A flash of coldness flashed across his eyes. His body moved, and his dragon's might covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He hurriedly dodged to the back. Around him, many golden machete fish of transcendent level 1 and 2 were attacking that figure. Damn golden mackerel. I was actually discovered. Xiao Qianshan's expression changed slightly. He swept the long sword in his hand, directly killing the golden mackerel that was charging at him. Chapter 9:18. Took revenge on the spot. Captain Huan Hai, what are you trying to do? Wang Xian flew into the sky and stared coldly at the captain of Huan Hai's mercenary group, Xiao Qianshan. Dragon King. The group of golden swordfish immediately flew to Wang Xian's side and stared coldly at Xiao Qianshan. Hee, kid, there's no need to be so nervous. It's just killing a ferocious beast. When Xiao Qianshan saw Wang Xian and the rest staring at him vigilantly, some of the mercenary groups around him turned their attention to him. Their expressions changed and they chuckled. If you want to ambush me, I'll just say it. As the leader of a 5-star silver-grade mercenary group and an extraordinary level 6 powerhouse, is there a need to find so many reasons? We both know that we have a grudge against each other. Wang Xian stared at Xiao Qianshan coldly and said with some disdain. Hee. Xiao Qianshan's expression turned cold when he heard his words. He licked his lips and said, So what if I want to kill you? Just you wait, kid. If you kill a member of my Mirage Sea mercenary group, I will definitely take your dog life. Xiao Qianshan stared at Wang Xian coldly. Dozens of members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group flew to his side and stared at Wang Xian and the rest coldly. Huh, what happened? Why did the leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group suddenly attack that young man? Could it be that they have a deep grudge against each other? They actually attacked during the siege? Xiao Qianshan actually wanted to kill that young man. It seems like the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group killed a member of a small team of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Xiao Qianshan wanted revenge. However, now that the sneak attack has been discovered, even if Xiao Qianshan was stronger than that young man, it would be difficult to kill him. The people who were fighting around them were shocked when they saw the Illusionary Sea mercenary group suddenly confronting the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. The Illusionary Sea mercenary group was one of the top 5 mercenary groups in Shanghai town. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group had shown brilliantly today. The confrontation between the two powerful mercenary groups in Shanghai town instantly attracted everyone's attention. Kill me. You are not qualified to do so. Wang Xian stared at Xiao Qianshan coldly and said coldly, Don't worry. I will step on your corpse soon. Everyone in your Celestial Phoenix mercenary group will die. Xiao Qianshan emitted a strong, murderous aura as he growled with confidence. His current position was too close to the city gate and was surrounded by ferocious beasts. If Wang Xian and the rest wanted to escape, he didn't have the confidence to stop them. After the failed sneak attack, he didn't attack again. Kid, just you wait. A goldfish rushed towards him. Xiao Qianshan waved the long saber in his hand, and a terrifying saber radiance gathered. When it landed on the goldfish, it exploded instantly. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Qianshan smiled menacingly. Go. He snorted coldly and waved his saber to attack the surrounding golden machetes. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group actually provoked the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Next, that young man is in big trouble. Yeah, A genius who hasn't grown up is no different from an ordinary person. Some of the surrounding members of the mercenary group looked over and discussed in a low voice. Are we waiting? Wang Xian looked at the Mirage Sea mercenary group that had once again charged into the group of golden swordfish. His dragon aura slowly spread to the surroundings. In an instant, all the extraordinary level 1 and level 2 golden swordfish within a radius of 1,000 meters instantly attacked them. A few thousand golden swordfish charged over, but it did not cause any chaos in the Mirage Sea mercenary group. You dare to threaten me? Attack! Wang Xian moved his body and dashed towards the Mirage Sea mercenary group at a terrifying speed. Ao Jian and the rest followed closely behind, their faces filled with killing intent. They had to take revenge on the spot. If it wasn't inconvenient to expose Ao Yao and the rest directly, everyone in the Mirage Sea mercenary group would be dead by now. But even so, they were fast. Endless sight. Golden sword thrust. The 11 golden swordfish instantly unleashed their strongest Abhijna. Their bodies were like long swords as they directly attacked the Mirage Sea mercenary group. They actually dared to attack us. The Mirage Sea mercenary group, who was killing the golden swordfish, had a change in expression as anger appeared on their faces. It was especially so for Xiu Qianshan. He was like a tiger that had been angered by a monkey. His body was filled with a murderous aura. He had already allowed him to live for a few more days when he did not continue to attack earlier. Now, he actually dared to retaliate. You're courting death. Kill them all. Xiu Qianshan shouted angrily. This time, he did not conceal his anger at all. His body was emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. In an instant, the group of golden mackerel fish around the Mirage Sea mercenary group seemed to have gone crazy. They jumped up and attacked everyone in the Mirage Sea mercenary group without any fear of death. In an instant, more than 2,000 goldfish attacked without any fear of death. Although their strength was below level 3 of the supernatural realm, they still had to defend with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a strong defense burst out from their bodies. The sword gleam of the goldfish landed in front of them and was blocked. However, this did not make the golden blade fish give up on attacking. Their bodies flew over and chopped off their kitchen knife-like arms. Scram! The members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group felt their bodies shake and immediately scattered the group of golden blade fish. However, following that, another wave of golden blade fish's attack arrived. What's going on? A member of the Mirage Sea mercenary group had a slight change in expression. They could clearly feel that the surrounding golden blade fish were suddenly going all out. It was as though they would slash them even if they were to die. This made them flustered. Quick dodge. At this moment, the furious roar of Xiu Qianshan could be heard. However, it was over. Wang Xian couldn't see everything clearly. The golden sword spikes of the golden swordfish had already landed on the bodies of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Scram! A captain of the Mirage Sea mercenary group looked at the flames that were attacking him. At the same time, his body was emitting terrifying flames that burned the golden swordfish around him to death. He grunted coldly and held his flaming long saber with both hands. He swung it at an unending line of sight. Boom! The flames resisted the flames. The result was that the flames on the team leader's body became even more intense. Ah! A miserable scream was heard. Ah! Following that, another 4 or 5 miserable screams were heard from the surroundings. Phoenix mercenary group, you're courting death. A terrifying blade ray was attacking Wang Xian. His face was solemn as he landed on the ground quickly. A huge wooden shield was used to block the attack. Boom! The wooden shield exploded and completely neutralized the blade ray. The sudden outbreak of the battle shocked everyone once again. Their faces were filled with shock. Damn, what's going on? Why did the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group suddenly attack the Mirage Sea mercenary group? This is going to be an all-out battle. However, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group's strength is obviously much weaker than the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Everyone hurriedly looked over and widened their eyes. The Mirage Sea mercenary group leader's sneak attack on that youth was unsuccessful. In the end, they had just left when they were instantly ambushed by that youth. Was there a need to be so violent? Chapter 919. Congratulations on your death. On the battlefield outside the city gates of Shanghai Town, just now, the leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group was about to launch a sneak attack on Wang Xian. However, after he left, he was instantly attacked by the other party. At this moment when the city was being attacked, there were around 70,000 to 80,000 people watching from the surrounding and the city walls. The sudden outbreak of the battle caused everyone to reveal a look of shock. Especially the counterattack of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, it shocked everyone. Berserk, too berserk. Although the young leader of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was extremely powerful, in everyone's eyes, there was still a huge gap between him and the Mirage Sea mercenary group. The leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group had just advanced to Transcendent Level 6 not long ago, and there were 2 Transcendent Level Rank 5 experts in the mercenary group. There were 7 or 8 Transcendent Level Rank 4 experts. On the other hand, there were only 12 people in the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, and the other 11 people had Transcendent Level Rank 4 strength. The difference in strength between the two was huge. This is too violent. Xiao Qianshan failed his sneak attack just now, and in the blink of an eye, he attacked back. Moreover, he killed 7 or 8 people from the Mirage Sea mercenary group, and even killed a Transcendent Level Rank 5. Hiss! The Mirage Sea mercenary group was too careless. They were suddenly attacked by a group of golden mackerel. They couldn't dodge in time and were directly killed by 8 people. It wasn't that the Mirage Sea mercenary group was careless. No one expected that the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group dared to counterattack. They actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Seeing the 8 members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group fall to the ground, everyone around sucked in a breath of cold air. The timing of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was too tricky. The Mirage Sea mercenary group, which was surrounded by 1,000 to 2,000 golden mackerel, was not in any danger. However, if the members of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group were included, this would be the ending. The 8 members were killed, including an extraordinary level 5 powerhouse. I will tear you into pieces. When Xiao Qianshan saw that his 8 subordinates were dead, his eyes were blood red. He held the long saber in his hand and slashed at Wang Xian. The violent aura caused some of the surrounding members of the mercenary group to quickly hide behind. This is too fucking crazy. The long-haired young man and the rest were not too far away from Wang Xian and the rest. When they saw the situation, they retreated with pale faces. They had witnessed this scene with their own eyes. It was a sneak attack and a counter-sneak attack. They were not afraid at all. It was a battle where they were risking their lives. This made them feel fearful. This motherfucker, even if the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group provoked us, we shouldn't fight back. The long-haired youth was completely afraid. Under the situation where there were fierce beasts around, being attacked by a mercenary group that was stronger than him and still daring to resist was indeed quite irritable. If it was them, they definitely wouldn't dare to say a word. Lord, the battlefield outside. On the city wall, everyone looked at the sudden outbreak of battle in shock. A city guard walked to Jin Xinyuan's side and hesitated for a moment before asking. Since we're outside the city, let them kill each other. Jin Xinyuan's eyes flashed with displeasure as he coldly said. The city guard slowly nodded and everyone looked over. That young man's talent is indeed terrifying, but he's so stupid. He actually dared to launch a sneak attack when he wasn't the opponent's match. He's courting death, genius. He's nothing before he grows up. This kid is really courting death. He might be killed by Captain Xiao Qianshan. Some of them looked at the battle on the battlefield with a hint of disdain on their faces. Although you are a genius, if you act so arrogantly, you will still be killed. You dare to launch a sneak attack on me? Your Mirage Sea mercenary group is courting death. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint as the plants around him grew rapidly. Hee hee. I want to feed that head of yours to the ferocious beasts. Earth-shattering. Xiao Qianshan let out a loud roar as he slashed the long saber in his hand toward the ground. Crack, crack, crack. A 3-meter-wide crack formed instantly and spread toward Wang Xian. Tree World's Descent. It had been half an hour since Wang Xian had used Tree World's Descent the last time. The azure dragon energy in Wang Xian's body trembled. The surrounding trees were uprooted from the ground. However, Wang Xian did not possess any spirit this time. With a thought, he made Tree World's Descent form an encirclement. This move of yours is ineffective against me. When Xiao Qianshan saw that his attack was blocked by the trees from Tree World's Descent, a cold smile appeared on his face. Go in. Wang Xian ignored him and said to the group of golden swordfish that were being suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. Ao Jian and the rest immediately unleashed their attacks and fled into the tree world. Destroy them. Don't let any of them escape. Xiao Qianshan roared loudly. The long saber in his hand emitted an earthen yellow glow. Divine ability, heaven-shattering, and earth-shattering. Boom! The terrifying tremors attacked the inside of the tree world. In an instant, large areas of trees were shattered and disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Kill! The Mirage Sea mercenary group's bodies emitted all kinds of light as they attacked the tree world. In an instant, more than half of the hundreds of trees were destroyed. You can't escape. Xiao Qianshan charged straight into the forest. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is done for. They are completely suppressed. The people who were watching from the surroundings looked over. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was completely suppressed. That's not right. The trees have sealed off the surroundings. At this moment, some people revealed a look of surprise. The moment everyone from the Mirage Sea mercenary group charged in, the tree world descended and surrounded all of them. Congratulations on coming in to die. At this moment, Wang Xian was smiling as he stared at the more than 30 members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group who had rushed in. Ao Jian and the rest were standing on the left and right, staring at them coldly. When Xiao Qianshan heard Wang Xian's words and saw that he was smiling, his expression changed slightly. He immediately scanned his surroundings. The rest of the Mirage Sea members were also looking around vigilantly. You're playing tricks. Xiao Qianshan suddenly felt a little uneasy. He growled, kill. Before he could finish his sentence, he charged at Wang Xian directly. However, just as he charged into the air, a series of sounds of people falling to the ground came from behind him. His expression changed drastically, and he turned his head quickly. What? The corpses. In less than a second, more than 30 of his subordinates had fallen to the ground. There was no sign of life at all. How? How is this possible? Impossible. This is an illusion. An illusion. His expression changed drastically. His body trembled and the earthy yellow armor instantly covered his entire body. He looked around vigilantly. Congratulations, Death. Wang Xian waved his arm and a red piece of paper floated towards him slowly. Xiao Qianshan widened his eyes and stared at the red piece of paper. He knew this piece of paper very well. Everyone in Holy Sea Town knew it very well. The red piece of paper represented congratulations on death. The Dragon Assassin Organization. Chapter 920. Shook the Holy Sea. Dragon Spike. Dragon Assassin Organization. You? Xiao Qianshan stared at the red piece of paper floating in front of him, his eyes filled with fear. An assassin organization had intimidated the entire Holy Sea Town in just 3 days. It had even made the families of Holy Sea Town put down their grudges and weapons and settle their conflicts. It made many people feel terrified and uneasy all day long. In just 3 days, there was no one they couldn't kill. Even if it was a transcendent level 6 powerhouse, 2 to 3 people had died at the hands of Long Ci. No one knew how strong Long Ci was. However, the strength he displayed was definitely not something that the Mirage Sea mercenary group could afford to provoke. You are from the Dragon Thorns Assassin Organization? You are? Xiao Qinshan's body was trembling slightly. More than 30 of his subordinates were killed in an instant. The Dragon Thorns Assassin Organization had already instilled fear in him. His voice was trembling slightly. I am the founder of the Dragon Thorns Assassin Organization. Wang Xian stared at Xiao Qinshan as he spoke slowly. How did this? Before he could finish his sentence, a claw pierced through his chest. His face instantly turned extremely pale. How did he have such a terrifying concealing ability? How could it be so terrifying? He was so stiff that he wanted to turn his head around to see what creature had killed him. However, the life force in his body quickly disappeared. Wang Xian walked over slowly and kept the red piece of paper on the ground. Your men wanted to kill me. I killed your men, and then you came back for revenge. Hee. Wang Xian looked at his corpse and shook his head mockingly. Use it as nourishment for the dragon pond. Wang Xian moved his arm and took out the interspatial ring from his hand. Ao Jian and the rest also took out the interspatial rings from the other 30 or so Mirage Sea members. There are so many elixirs. There are also quite a number of middle-grade spirit stones. Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment. He took a rough look. There were millions of middle-grade spirit stones and dozens of elixirs. It's not bad for a 5-star silver mercenary group to have such assets. Wang Xian kept the interspatial ring and looked at the interspatial rings of the rest. As one of the top mercenary groups in Shanghai town, everyone had quite a lot of resources in their hands. This was especially so for their weapons. The weapons in Xiao Qinshan's hands were at Transcendent Level 6. Their value was much higher than the Transcendent Level 6 pills. The combined value of the spirit stones, pills, and weapons was close to 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. Wang Xian kept them unhurriedly. Ao Yao and the rest hid in the void again. With the cover of the trees, no one could see what was happening inside. Wang Xian was not afraid that the strange demon would be exposed. He kept all the corpses into his interspatial ring. With a wave of his arm, the surrounding trees turned into green dragon energy and entered his body. The trees slowly disappeared. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on this place from the outside. When the trees that blocked their vision disappeared and when Wang Xian and the rest stood there, everyone was in an uproar. What? Where are the people from the Mirage Sea mercenary group? Could it be? No, it can't be. Xiao Qinshan and the rest were killed. How is this possible? He is an extraordinary level 6 powerhouse. Oh my god, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group actually destroyed the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. They widened their eyes and could not help but exclaim. This was the Mirage Sea mercenary group, one of the top 5 mercenary groups in Holy Sea Town. It had actually been annihilated. However, the one who annihilated them was a newly emerged 3-star silver mercenary group. A young man was the leader. Could it be that the young man has the strength of a transcendent rank 6? That's impossible, right? No, definitely not a transcendent 6th rank. From his combat strength just now, he isn't that strong. He must have used some kind of weapon or array formation to wipe out the Mirage Sea mercenaries. That must be it. There was no sound of attack from the area that was surrounded just now. They must have fallen into the array formation and then been killed. Everyone could not help but guess. At this moment, most of the goldfish had been killed. In the distance, Dao Hin was even more excited as he killed one after another of the extraordinary level 6 goldfish. The first wave of attacks from the ferocious beasts was about to end. Wang Xian ignored the discussions of the people around him. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and saw that there were not many goldfish left. He stood there with a smile on his face. Some of the people around him looked over intentionally or unintentionally. Their eyes were filled with respect. An expert who was able to destroy the Mirage Sea mercenary group was worthy of their respect. The strength of the Fairy Phoenix mercenary group could be ranked in the top 5 in Shanghai town. The first wave of the city defense mission has been completed. Everyone, return to the city immediately to rest and reorganize. Soon, the second wave of the ferocious beast siege will begin. Under normal circumstances, the ferocious beasts attacking the city were controlled by the sea demonic beast race. As they were all ferocious beasts, their intelligence was not very high. Therefore, when attacking the city, it was impossible for all the ferocious beasts to rush over at once. If that was the case, before they reached the city wall, all the ferocious beasts would start to kill each other. Therefore, the monsters attacking the city were carried out wave by wave. The further they went, the higher the level of the monsters would be. The first wave would have level 6 transcendence, and the second wave would definitely have level 7 transcendence. Wang Xian's figure moved and flew into the city. The Mirage Sea mercenary group was destroyed by that kid? At the last position, a group of more than 100 people were floating in the air as they slowly flew into the city. In the middle of these 100 people, Dao Hin was covered in blood. His single eye was emitting a threatening luster as he looked at a figure in front of him. It's the leader. It's their Immortal Phoenix mercenary group that destroyed more than 40 experts of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. An elder beside him nodded. Hee, I didn't expect them to have some strength. Dao Hin's single eye flashed with an unknown luster. He then narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. On the city wall, everyone looked at the group of mercenary group members flying over with respect. These were all the strongest members of the mercenary group in Holy Sea Town, especially the last one, Blade Scar mercenary group. However, today, a mercenary group rose up. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group stepped on the corpse of the Mirage Sea mercenary group and directly stepped onto the peak. Everyone looked at the young man who was a bit too excessive with respect. He was the leader of a powerful mercenary group with terrifying strength. Oh right, it seems that the leader was accepted by the Demon Hunters Academy with the first place result in Shanghai Town. That's right, it's him. I remember that he even killed the daughter of the vice leader of the Squalid Shark mercenary group back then. That's right, it's this young master. He's really the new wave that has surpassed the new wave. I can't help but admire him. Wang Xian and the rest landed on the city wall. The people around him immediately cleared a space and were very respectful. Some of them even addressed Wang Xian as the leader and young master. The battle today, whether it was killing the ferocious beasts or destroying the Mirage Sea mercenary group, had shocked everyone. In the future, there would be one more mercenary group that would shock the entire Shanghai town. The Celestial Phoenix mercenary group. Chapter 921. Once again made a strong enemy. The first wave of monster siege has ended. Through the formation, we can clearly record the number of ferocious beasts killed. The corpses of the ferocious beasts will be distributed to everyone. The second wave of monster siege will probably be in half an hour. Everyone, rest as soon as possible. There will be a new mission soon. On the city wall, Jin Xinyuan's gaze swept across all the mercenary groups and said expressionlessly. Although the first wave of attacks were perfectly resisted, he was still somewhat dissatisfied with the mercenary group's civil war that occurred during the defense of the city. However, he couldn't say anything during this period of time. After all, the mercenary group accepted the mission to defend the city. Defending the city wasn't their responsibility, but the responsibility of the city guards. Even if there was a civil war during the defense of the city, it was still the mercenary group's own business. The group of mercenary groups nodded with excitement. Hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts' corpses was definitely a terrifying income for them. However, there were also some mercenary groups whose faces were extremely ugly. In the first wave of attacks, although the fierce beast strength was relatively low, under the encirclement of many fierce beasts, they still lost 500 to 600 people. We have a large number of recovery pills and healing pills. During the defense of the city today, all of them will be sold at a 10% discount. At this moment, a middle-aged man at the bottom of the city wall shouted loudly. At the center of the city below, there was a huge temporary stall with densely packed medicinal pills on it. A woman stood at the center of the stall with a hot figure and a smile on her face. Holy Item Forging Workshop, weapons will be given a 10% discount during the defense period. A voice also came from the side. An old man was standing in the center, surrounded by more than a dozen salesmen. Pills, weapons, 10% discount. Welcome to buy. At the bottom of the city, the Life and Death Pill Workshop, Holy Item Forging Workshop, Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop, and all the weapons shops and pharmacies in Holy Sea Town had set up a temporary place to sell pills and weapons. During the defense of the city, the demand for medicinal pills and weapons was relatively large. When the monsters attacked the city, these medicinal pills and weapon shops were likely to benefit the most. A group of warriors from the mercenary group swarmed toward the weapon shops of the medicinal pill shop, buying all kinds of medicinal pills to prepare for the upcoming battle. The three big medicinal pills and weapon workshops occupied the three most central positions. However, at this time, many people gathered in front of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Only the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapon Workshop did not have any people in front of it. In front of the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapon Workshop, more than 10 members of the Knife Scar mercenary group stood at the side, coldly glancing at any cultivator who wanted to buy pills and weapons from the Immortal Phoenix. When all the mercenary groups saw this situation, they tactfully went to other pill and weapon shops to buy items. Today, the Knife Scar mercenary group leader single-handedly killed 15 extraordinary 6th-grade fierce beasts, intimidating the entire battlefield. That invincible fighting strength made everyone fear him. There was no need for them to offend the Dao Hin mercenary group. If Dao Hin were to casually kill them as a warning to the others while they were defending the city, then they would be in deep trouble. As a result, not a single mercenary group came to purchase pills or weapons. Supervisor E, this is the situation. Manager Lu stood in front of the temporary stall and spoke to the woman beside him with a bitter expression. It's the same as the situation in other places. The woman's face was dark, and she looked very embarrassed. The Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapon Workshop had been suppressed by the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. It was not only Holy Sea Town, but also many places. Some places had started to fight back, but most of them were still very miserable. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop each had a foundation that was thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. It was absolutely not something that the Immortal Phoenix, who had been established for more than 2 years, could resist, even if their empress had unparalleled talent. However, this was still the empress from 1,000 years ago. The current empress needed time. She firmly believed that within 100 years, their empress would once again be able to cry out to the 9 heavens. Manager E, I do have a method that can solve the current predicament. Shopkeeper Lu hesitated for a moment and said to the woman, Oh, what method? A trace of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes, and she quickly asked. The main reason why others don't dare to come to our Phoenix Immortal to buy things is because of knife marks. If we can solve the knife marks mercenary group. A trace of coldness flashed in Shopkeeper Lu's eyes as he said in a low voice. Our Phoenix Immortal has already sent powerful people to solve this problem, but it's not the turn of the Holy Sea Town yet. The woman shook her head. They had naturally thought of this method and had even begun to implement it. However, they were dealing with the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Saint Item Forging Workshop. This was a protracted battle, and it could not be solved just like that. Moreover, many of the difficulties in the city had not been solved, and it was not St. Sea Town's turn. If it were not for the fact that St. Sea Town had suddenly sold nearly 10 million middle-grade spirit stones in 2 days, she would not have come here. Shopkeeper E, I don't mean to let our experts take action, but to let the assassin organization take action. Shopkeeper Lu said in a low voice. Assassin organization? The woman was slightly stunned as she looked at him. That's right. In the past few days, an assassin organization has appeared in our Holy Sea Town, Dragon Spike. In just a few short days, several Transcendent Rank 6 experts have died at their hands. The entire Holy Sea Town is in a state of panic. Now, Dragon Spike is the underground king of Holy Sea Town. It's said that even the undercurrents have retreated from Holy Sea Town. We can ask Dragon Spike to take action, but the price for assassinating a rank 7 transcendent might be. Shopkeeper Lu hesitated slightly. According to his understanding, Dragon Spike had assassinated a rank 6 transcendent and offered 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. If he assassinated a rank 7 transcendent, it would be at least 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. This price wasn't high, because experts were worth this price. In fact, if one were to offer this price, the other party might not even dare to accept it. Show me the information on the Dragon Spike. The woman's eyes flickered as she spoke to shopkeeper Lu. All right, we have nearly 2 million middle-grade spirit stones in our hands. We can sell them first to raise Aojian's strength. The strength of the golden swordfish is still too weak. Standing in front of the city gate, Wang Xian looked forward as he felt the respectful and curious gazes from the surrounding people. Among all the temporary stalls for elixirs and weapons, only Fengxian did not have anyone. It seems that the current situation of Fenghuan is not ideal either. Wang Xian smiled and walked toward the location of Fengxian's shop with a smile on his face. In such a situation, Wang Xian had to make a move. Moreover, with the strength of the Knife Scar mercenary group, he was not afraid. The strength of the Dragon Spike was sufficient to destroy the knife marks. Kid, don't court death. Oh. Beside the Phoenix Immortal shop, more than 10 members of the Knife Marks mercenary group saw Wang Xian and the rest walking over. They stared at them coldly and warned them. Chapter 922. Made another strong enemy. There were more than 10 members of the Knife Scar mercenary group. The strongest one was at level 6, while the remaining 2 were at level 5 and 10 were at level 4. This force could be ranked in the top 3 in Shanghai town. However, this was only a part of the strength of the Knife Scar mercenary group. The more than 10 members of the Knife Scar mercenary group clearly recognized Wang Xian and the rest. The leader of the powerful mercenary group was in the limelight. He was a peerless genius with dual attributes. It could be said that in today's battle, Wang Xian would be the brightest star among the younger generation in the entire Holy See town. However, they didn't have Wang Xian and the rest. Peerless genius? Destroy the Mirage Sea mercenary group? So what? In front of their Knife Scar mercenary group, what was he? For a mercenary group like Mirage Sea, their Knife Scar could destroy 10 of them. Even if the young man in front of them was in the limelight and was the most dazzling young man, they were not afraid of him at all. A threat, a blatant threat. More than 10 members of the Knife Marks mercenary group threatened him without hiding anything. Wang Xian paused for a moment and looked at the dozen of people standing beside the Phoenix Immortal shop. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. What I want to do is none of your business. Wang Xian stared at the dozen of people coldly and said with slight disdain. Boom. In an instant, the expressions of the dozen of people from the Knife Scar mercenary group turned cold. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Wang Xian. Hee. Wang Xian glanced at them indifferently and continued to walk towards the shop. Have you heard of the saying, kill the chicken to warn the monkeys? A middle-aged man from the Knife Scar mercenary group threatened Wang Xian coldly. Don't think that you are strong just because you have some ability. Don't think that you are strong in Shanghai town just because the people around you respect you. Hee. Do I need to report what I want to do to you? Do I need your approval? Wang Xian glanced at them with disdain. Young master. Shopkeeper Lu was slightly stunned when he saw Wang Xian walking towards them and the conversation with the Knife Scar mercenary group. He quickly shouted. The woman beside him was also sizing up Wang Xian with a face full of astonishment. He had an imposing manner and had a unique aura of a superior. The people around also saw this scene. They looked at Wang Xian and the dozen of Knife Scar mercenaries with astonishment. Why? Why did the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group have a conflict with the Knife Scar mercenary group? An old man was stunned. Why would a rising star like the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group have a conflict with the Knife Scar mercenary group? This was an unwise thing to do. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were courting death. Moreover, the Knife Scar mercenary group wasn't something the Mirage Sea mercenary group could compare to. The difference in strength between the two was huge. The leader of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group has such a violent temper. He directly retorted back when faced with the threat of Blade Scar and the other experts. Isn't he afraid that Blade Scar will attack them? It's irrational. It's simply too irrational. As a genius, he must first ensure that he can survive before he can become an expert. It's clearly courting death to make enemies everywhere. This is too arrogant. For the Knife Scar mercenary group to become the #1 mercenary group in Holy Sea Town, their strength is definitely not something that a newly emerged mercenary group can afford to provoke. Even if they are a peerless Heaven's Pride or a monster, they can't do it. Discussions could be heard from the surroundings. The members of the Knife Scar mercenary group and shopkeeper Ching from the Life and Death Pill workshop beside the Knife Scar also stared at Wang Xian coldly. Last time, he took out 8 million spiritual stones and directly slapped the faces of the Life and Death Elixir workshop and the Holy Item Forging workshop. Now that he had provoked them again, they were filled with killing intent. Shopkeeper Liu, do you guys want to buy some weapons? Also, I want to buy some elixirs. Wang Xian directly told Shopkeeper Liu all the spiritual stones. Weapons? Shopkeeper Liu glanced at the woman beside him and nodded immediately after she nodded. Yes, young master. Thank you for choosing a small shop under such circumstances. In the future, you will get a 20% discount for all items you buy from Fengxian. Shopkeeper Liu said hurriedly, these are some elixirs that we brought from Donghai City overnight. I will help you choose them now. The price of weapons will be the market price. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and passed an interspatial ring to Shopkeeper Liu. Little brother, may I know what is the relationship between you and our Fengxian? The woman beside him was surprised when she saw Wang Xian taking out a minimum of 2 million spirit stones. She couldn't help but ask. He had spent 11 million middle-grade spirit stones for 3 purchases. Such a huge sum of money, and he was being threatened. If she said that he had no relationship with their Fengxian, she wouldn't believe it. Moreover, the name of the other party's mercenary group was the exact opposite of the name of Fengxian. There is some connection. If there is a chance in the future, you will know about it. Wang Xian smiled mysteriously. He did not say that he knew your master, Feng Wan. Compared to Feng Wan, Wang Xian was still too weak. He thought that when his strength was on par with her, he would call her over and compare their strengths. The woman was slightly stunned and felt very surprised. However, she could feel a trace of goodwill from Wang Xian. Captain Dao Hin, that kid has repeatedly refused to give you guys face. Is it? Meanwhile, at the side, when shopkeeper Ching saw Wang Xian taking out a large amount of resources again, a hint of heat flashed in her eyes. However, when she saw Wang Xian's face, her expression turned cold again. She said to Dao Hin, who was beside her with a murderous aura, "This kid is playing with fire and setting himself on fire." Dao Hin glanced at Wang Xian with one eye. There was no fluctuation in his eyes as he declared coldly, "I'm relieved with Captain Dao Hin's words." Shopkeeper Ching nodded with a smile on his face. He swept his gaze across Wang Xian and snorted coldly, "HMPH, there are some disputes that a kid like you cannot participate in, even if it's a kid with monstrous talent." The second wave of the city defense mission begins. The weakest ones are the 1,000-legged fish and the raging sea crab with level 2 extraordinary strength. At this moment, Jin Xinyuan's voice came from the city wall. Mission begins. 1:5 Star Gold Mission. Exit the city to battle and kill the ferocious beasts. Based on the number of ferocious beasts killed, you will obtain additional points. The carcass of the ferocious beast will belong to the slayer. 2. Silver 1-star mission. Stand on the city wall and attack from afar. Based on the number of berserk beasts killed, additional points will be awarded. The corpse of the berserk beast will belong to the slayer. Additional points. 1 point for a tier 1 berserk beast, 10 points for a tier 2,100 points for a tier 3, and 1,000 points for a tier 4. The voice of the president of the Mercenary Association sounded. At the same time, the second wave of the city defense mission began. Everyone immediately flew into the air and looked at the ferocious beasts in the distance. There were two types of ferocious beasts, the thousand-legged fish. The lowest level was Transcendent 2, and there were around 70,000 to 80,000 of them. The Inferno sea crab was at Transcendent 2, and there were around 40,000 to 50,000 of them. Although there were fewer of them, their strength was dozens of times greater than before. The danger of this mission was 10 times greater than before. Chapter 9:23. Crush them like ants. The mercenary groups that accept the mission can fight within a kilometer of the city wall. If they encounter any life-threatening danger, they can fly into the city. Of course, if there are mercenary groups that take advantage of the situation and escape after accepting the mission, it will be considered as a mission failure. The Demon Hunters Association will ensure that the mission is fair and just. The mercenary groups that accept the mission immediately go to battle. After the mission was displayed, the president of the association reminded everyone once again. There are at least Transcendent Level Rank 2 beasts, and there are many Transcendent Level Rank 3 beasts. This mission is not something we can accept anymore. It's too dangerous. Transcendent Level Rank 2 cultivators, unless they have confidence in their own strength, are extremely dangerous. When the mission came out, everyone's expressions changed when they saw the beasts crawling over from the surface of the sea. Many mercenary groups looked outside with serious expressions and gave up on this mission. However, many mercenary groups still accepted it. A 5-star gold mission was enough to tempt many mercenary groups. Especially when fighting outside the city, the ferocious beasts they hunted were definitely more than the long-range attacks on the city walls. The corpses of the ferocious beasts were a huge income. Wealth and honor came from taking risks. For many mercenary groups, it was a good opportunity to make a fortune. Let's go. Charge. In an instant, the confident mercenary groups moved and flew out of the city. Wang Xian moved and followed them out of the city. Aojian and the rest followed them. One by one, the mercenary groups flew out and soon reached 4,000 to 5,000 people. Leader, this kid is too arrogant. Do we want him later? On the city wall, a group of people from the Sword Scar mercenary group walked slowly towards Changcheng. An old man glanced at Wang Xian and the rest with a cold expression and said, "There's no rush. There will be 3 waves of monsters attacking the city this time. Once the siege is over, we will take action. If we take action now, the mayor will be displeased." Dao Hin pulled out the long saber on his back without any expression. He didn't even look at Wang Xian. In his opinion, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group was just an ant that could be easily squashed to death. They could take action at any time. All right, then let that kid live a little longer. Hee, you don't need to report to us if you want to do anything. However, if you dare to disobey us, you will die. The middle-aged man revealed a sinister smile. Everyone, get into formation and coordinate with each other. The second wave of attacks isn't something the first wave can compare to. Dao Hin slowly walked to the center of the front from the void. He scanned the surroundings with one eye and said coldly, Yes, it's Commander Dao Hin. Everyone get into formation and coordinate with each other. Only then can we kill more fierce beasts." The rest of the mercenary groups quickly responded. The members of the Dao Hin mercenary group stood at the center. Around them, the mercenary groups were arranged in formation under the command of the Dao Hin mercenary group. The prestige of Dao Hin was very ordinary when he ordered all the mercenary groups. The 200 mercenary groups, 4,000 to 5,000 people, quickly got into formation. However, only the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was ignored by the side. The second wave of ferocious beasts was still 4 to 5 kilometers away. Everyone was holding their weapons. Leader Dao Hin's prestige is really strong. Under his orders, everyone immediately formed a formation. After all, that is the strongest mercenary group in the Holy See. However, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group seems to have been ostracized. Because of the incident at the 3-pill and weapon workshops, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group seems to have angered the Dao Hin mercenary group. I saw this just now. The leader of the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group Wang Xian, is too arrogant. He didn't give any face to the Knife Scar mercenary group. I think they will suffer in the future. A kid dares to get involved in the incident at the 3 elixir and weapons workshops? Does he really think he is the leader of the Knife Scar mercenary group? I think that kid is going to be destroyed. Yeah, so what if he has dual attributes? So what if he is a genius? He dares to provoke the Knife Scar mercenary group. He is simply courting death. In Shanghai town, which one of them is a match for the leader of the Knife Scar mercenary group? On the city wall, everyone saw the neatly arranged mercenary group. Only a dozen or so members of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group were in a different position. Some of them said mockingly. The strength displayed by the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group today, and the domineering aura it displayed, could be said to have shocked many people. For a young man to have such strength and power, it made many people feel jealous. Upon seeing this scene, they mocked him. Jin Xinyuan watched this scene indifferently and was very satisfied with Dao Hen's behavior. He was a team leader who knew how to adapt to the situation. He was also a capable team leader. It was not luck for him to be able to get to where he was today. He is indeed very strong, but he is too arrogant. However, it is a good thing for him to be young and arrogant. At a spot not far away from Jin Xinyuan, Jin Luyan looked at Wang Xian and the rest and whispered, "Luyan, a tree stands tall in the forest. Arrogant people will not have a good ending." The long-haired young man beside him whispered. Now, he could only say it in a low voice. After witnessing the young man's strength and violent personality, he no longer dared to provoke and taunt him in front of everyone. All he could do was to enjoy his words and curse him. "He's here." At this moment, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly at the bottom of the city wall. He wasn't bothered by being isolated by a group of mercenaries. Even if he was asked to line up with them, he wouldn't agree to it. The 1,000-legged fish and the raging sea crab, which had the lowest level of extraordinary too, posed no threat to him at all. When more than 100,000 ferocious beasts rushed over, Wang Xian dashed out directly. The slaughter began in an instant. Wang Xian displayed his wood and fire attributes and killed the ferocious beasts one by one quickly. The group of mercenaries also collided with the ferocious beasts. On the city wall, the group of city guards and mercenaries also launched long-range attacks. Arrow feathers, flames, water swords, wind blades, and all kinds of attacks were launched at the ferocious beasts. "City Lord, let's go and hunt down those transcendent level 7 ferocious beasts behind us." On the city wall, the only rank 8 transcendent expert in Holy Sea Town requested Jin Xinyuan's orders. Permission granted. Jin Xinyuan waved his hand. There were a few rank 7 transcendent beasts behind them. These beasts were not something the mercenary group could deal with. They needed to send out experts of the same level as the president of the demon-hunting mercenary group. 2 experts attacked. In an instant, the roars of the city guards' beasts and the sounds of humans fighting could be heard. The 1,000-legged fish looked like a lizard. Each of them was 2 to 3 meters in size and had more than 10 sharp teeth. The raging sea crab's body was emitting flames, and it was 2 to 3 meters in size. It had sharp spikes on its head and could spit flames. It was extremely terrifying. In a one-on-one situation, even a level 2 transcendent human might not be a match for the beasts. Chapter 924. Rank 7 Extraordinary Pill. Fierce battles broke out. From time to time, members of the mercenary group were injured and brought to the city wall by their companions. Compared to the first wave of battles, the second wave was much more intense. The 1,000-legged fish had metal attributes. Its sharp teeth could easily pierce through human warriors. It could stand up and use its 4 legs to support its body. Its other legs were like blade lights. Its attacks were very powerful. The sea crabs were stronger than the 1,000-legged fish. They carried flames and relied on their hard shells to attack. Their hard shells were like 10,000-year-old stones in the lava. If any sea crab was placed in a city on Earth, it would have the terrifying strength to destroy a city. However, There were experts in the Holy See town. 2 experts at the level 8 of the extraordinary realm went to the back to kill the leader of the thousand-legged fish and the sea crabs. The 2 experts held back a lot of the thousand-legged fish and the raging sea crab. Wang Xian held a wooden long whip in his hand. It was formed from the green dragon pearl. With a wave of his arm, the long whip pierced through more than 10,000-legged fish. He killed the ferocious beasts below level 3 supernatural realm easily. Even those below level 2 supernatural realm did not dare to resist. Other than the weaker members of the mercenary group, everyone on the city wall participated in the hunting of the ferocious beasts. Looking from the city wall, one could see with the naked eye that the speed at which Wang Xian and the rest were hunting the ferocious beasts far exceeded the speed of the other mercenary groups. More than 10 extraordinary second-stage warriors were killed with a wave of their hands. Even the extraordinary third-stage and fourth-stage warriors could not withstand Wang Xian's attack. In less than half an hour, Wang Xian had killed over 1,000 ferocious beasts. If these over 1,000 ferocious beasts were converted into resources, they would be worth 3 to 4 million middle-grade spirit stones. However, this was only the beginning. Burning the river and boiling the sea, descending of the wood realm, spirit enchantment, one after another, divine abilities were released. The golden swordfish at the side didn't fall behind either. They released large-scale metal attribute divine abilities. With a single divine ability, hundreds of thousand-legged fish and raging sea crabs were killed. Hoo-hoo! I can't take it anymore. The energy in my body has been used up. I'll go back first. I can't hold on any longer. After 20 minutes of battle, most of the mercenary group members' foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Battles, especially those that involved massacres, consumed the most energy. Those who could stand at the foot of the city were all relatively strong. Half of them could instantly kill a rank 2 transcendent beast. However, it was also this kind of quick instant kill that consumed the most energy. It was just like an executioner. One would not feel tired after chopping off a person's head. However, one would also feel tired after chopping off 100 people consecutively. This was especially so when one released a series of divine abilities, which increased the speed of exhaustion. Very soon, some of the level 2, level 3, and even level 4 extraordinary mercenary group members flew back to the city wall to rest. However, Wang Xian, Aojian, and the rest did not feel tired at all. They were slaughtering. They were slaughtering nonstop. Nearly an hour later, Wang Xian and the rest were still slaughtering nonstop. This shocked the members of the mercenary group and the city guards who were standing on the city wall and were about to collapse. Damn, are the 12 of them still human? The battle has been going on for an hour without any rest. Awesome. There are only about 500 people on the battlefield. Some of them went back to the city wall to rest and take some pills before continuing the battle. Their physiques are so strong. They must have had some fortuitous encounter. They must have taken some high-grade pills. They spent millions of spirit stones to buy many pills from the immortal phoenix. What do you guys think is the relationship between the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group and Phoenix Immortal Elixir and Weapon Workshop? On the city wall, some people wiped the sweat off their foreheads and looked at the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group that was fighting non-stop with admiration. Die! The long whip in Wang Xian's hand was like a poisonous snake that pierced through an extraordinary level 4 raging sea crab. He let out a deep breath. After fighting continuously for an hour, he was also exhausted. The second wave is about to end. Wang Xian swept his gaze forward. The ground was filled with corpses, and only a dozen ferocious beasts were fleeing in panic. Phew, let's go back. We have killed at least 5,000 to 6,000 ferocious beasts this time. Wang Xian revealed a smile. 5,000 to 6,000 ferocious beasts were worth 20 million middle-grade spirit stones. He was all smiles. These 20 million spirit stones were enough for him to advance his level to Transcendent Level 4, or it could also allow Aojian and the rest to advance to Transcendent Level 4. Spirit stones were a form of harvest. The points obtained from killing the ferocious beasts could also allow the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group to advance to gold grade. Let's go back. Wang Xian's body moved and flew towards the city wall. At the side, the members of the Saber Scar mercenary group flew over as well. However, their expressions were not very good. During the battle just now, they were always in the center. In the entire battle, 7 to 8 of their comrades had died. Among them, there was also an expert of extraordinary 6th level. This made their leader's expression extremely gloomy. It was difficult to nurture an expert of extraordinary 6th level, even if it was 10 to 20 million spirit stones. What terrifying combat strength! At this moment, on the city wall, shopkeeper Lu and the woman looked at Wang Xian and the rest who had flown back in astonishment. If he can grow up, he will definitely be able to suppress a top-notch powerhouse. The woman's eyes flickered. After hesitating for a moment, she moved her arm and a jade bottle appeared in her hand. The jade bottle was crystal clear. One look and one could tell that it was extremely valuable. However, what was even more precious was the medicinal pill inside. Using a transcendent Tier 7 medicinal pill to befriend a friend who has the potential to become a top-tier expert, it's worth it, the woman muttered. Shopkeeper Lu, who was at the side, widened his eyes when he saw Manager Yi suddenly take out a bottle of medicinal pills. Transcendent Tier 7 medicinal pill. This was the medicinal pill that Manager Yi was able to mobilize with the highest level. He could use this elixir to recruit strong fighters. However, even for someone at Supervisor Yi's level, he only had the authority to do so once in 3 years. Supervisor Yi, what are you trying to do? Manager Lu asked with a face full of astonishment. Initially, I was thinking of using this elixir to hire the dragon spike that you mentioned. But now, it seems that making a friend is more worthwhile than assassinating an enemy. The woman smiled faintly. She looked at Wang Xian who was flying over and went up to him directly. Shopkeeper Lu also followed him hurriedly. Commander Wang. When Wang Xian just landed in the city, a voice sounded. Wang Xian turned his head and saw Shopkeeper Lu and a woman walking over. His face was filled with curiosity. Commander Wang, thank you for your support to our Fengxian Elixir and Weapons Workshop. I was impressed by Commander Wang's massacre just now. It's just a small gift. It should be useful for your upcoming battle. The woman took out the elixir and handed it to Wang Xian. Elixir? Wang Xian looked over and was surprised. Ultimate Elixir, Level 7 Extraordinary. Extractable Dragon Energy, 8,800 Dragon Crystals. If he consumed this elixir, he would be able to reach Level 4 Extraordinary. In the form of a Divine Dragon, he could fight against a Level 7 Extraordinary. Chapter 925. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. The Ultimate Elixir. It is a very precious elixir that can be consumed by even extraordinary 4th or 5th level cultivators. After consuming it, one's strength can be greatly increased, causing one's mind to sink into a state of emptiness. One's comprehension of supernatural powers will be increased by tens of times. The woman explained with a smile when she saw Wang Xian's astonished expression. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. He stretched out his hand and took the gift. He smiled and said, I'll accept the gift. I'll help you solve Fengxian's predicament in Shanghai town. The woman and shopkeeper Lu were stunned for a moment. Then, they smiled and said, we will take our time to solve the problem in Shanghai town. Since leader Wang has treated Fengxian so well, we will naturally repay him. I need to take some pills to rest first. After this battle is over, we can get together. Wang Xian spoke to the two of them and found a place with fewer people. The woman and shopkeeper Lu nodded and watched Wang Xian's figure leave. I feel that Commander Wang is very familiar with us, Fengxian. His actions give us the feeling that we are his own people. Shopkeeper Lu looked at Wang Xian's figure in deep thought and said to the woman, there is one kind. If it were someone else who received our pills, they would definitely be filled with excitement or fear. However, he is just a little surprised. I wonder which one of us, Fengxian, has a relationship with this young man. Moreover, this relationship is not simple. The woman nodded slowly. Ding. Consume the spiritual pill and extract 8,800 dragon crystals. Ding. Host's level has increased. You have reached Transcendent Level 4. Ding. Host's level has increased. Your supernatural ability, Burning River and Boiling Sea, has been upgraded to the Flame of the Fire Dragon. At the side, Wang Xian, who had consumed the Transcendent Level 7 pill, had his level increased immediately. A Transcendent Level 7 pill and a pill that was worth tens of millions of middle-grade spiritual stones had directly increased his level by 8,800 dragon crystals. Wang Xian had a thought. Name, Wang Xian. Race, 5 Elemental Divine Dragon, able to transform into a human. Level, Extraordinary Grade 4. Dragon Crystal, 177/100,000. Supernatural Ability. Ruling the Water Tribe that is lower than one's own level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural Ability. Fire Dragon's Flame, Gold Splits the Void. Wood World Descends, Water Crisis City, Fury of the Earth, Soul Capture, Spirit Possession, Light and Dark Fire Dragon Eyes, Light and Dark Void, Light and Dark Shadowless. Dragon Palace, Level 2. Dragon Palace members, 3,377. I've leveled up. The Burning River and Boiling Sea has turned into the Flame of the Fire Dragon. I wonder how powerful it is. Wang Xian looked at his attributes and smiled. He did not understand the supernatural powers of the light and dark attributes. He did not know if it was because he did not fuse with the heart of light and dark or some other reason. However, this was sufficient. With an increase in level, Wang Xian's strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. In the third wave of the city defense battle, he would be able to kill even more ferocious beasts. After this city defense battle, the strength of the Dragon Palace will definitely experience a crazy increase. Wang Xian was full of confidence. The corpses of the ferocious beasts that he had killed were absorbed by the dragon pool and turned into dragon blood. This would allow a large number of members of the Dragon Palace to increase their levels. The third wave of Monster Siege begins. At this moment, Jin Xinyuan's voice sounded from the city wall again. The third wave of beasts, Blackhorn Seahorses, has the lowest level of Transcendent Level Rank 2 and many of them are at Rank 3. There are more than 100,000 of them. Flying Thorn Sea Beasts, the lowest level of Transcendent Level Rank 3 Sea Beasts. There are about 5,000 of them. Mission, begin. 1. Diamond 1-star mission. Get out of the city and kill the beasts. Based on the number of beasts killed, you will receive additional points. The beast corpse will belong to the slayer. 2. Silver 5-star mission. Stand on the city wall and attack from a distance. Based on the number of beasts killed, you will receive additional points. The beast corpse will belong to the slayer. Additional points. 1 point for a level 1 ferocious beast, 10 points for a level 2, 1,100 points for a level 3, and 1,000 points for a level 4. The points will increase one by one. It's starting the last wave. Oh my god, there are about 5,000 flying thorn sea beasts. If we leave the city, it will be too dangerous. There shouldn't be more than 50 mercenary groups that can accept this mission. The third wave will have city guards leaving the city to fight. Moreover, there should be a level 8 extraordinary ferocious beast this time. The mayor should also make a move. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. Everyone flew towards the city wall to prepare for the battle. Meanwhile, the 500 guards of Shanghai town flew out. They were fully armed, and the weakest among them was at supernatural level 3. This was the strongest force of the guards in Shanghai town. Wang Xian accepted the mission without any hesitation. A 1-star diamond mission was equivalent to more than 10 5-star gold missions. As long as he completed this mission, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group would be able to advance to the gold level. Let's go. Wang Xian led Aojian and the rest to the outside of the city and looked ahead. 500 city guards were floating in the sky. Their main focus was to deal with the flying sea beasts. Standing at the front was the mayor, Jin Xinyuan. The strength of the holy sea town alone was not enough to deal with so many ferocious beasts. Fight! On the city wall, there were more city-guarding weapons and huge war machines. There were a total of 100 heaven-piercing arrows that were 4 to 5 meters long. These heaven-piercing arrows could penetrate the defense of a transcendent level rank 5 beast. It required dozens of transcendent level rank 2 experts to pull them apart. Kill. This time, there were only 40 to 50 mercenary groups that accepted the mission. They did not charge forward directly. Instead, they waited for the arrival of the beast below the city wall. With their strength, they were not strong enough to charge forward. As long as they could guard the city wall, it was enough. Blackhorn seahorses were similar to seahorses. They had 2 legs and a huge black horn. The blackhorn seahorses emitted a terrifying black light and looked extremely tough. With 2 legs, their speed was extremely terrifying. Their bodies were wrapped in a layer of black keratin. They ran towards Holy Sea Town in an orderly manner. Boom, 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 boom. The ground began to tremble. The powerful aura caused many people's faces to turn extremely pale. Die, die, die. On the city wall, a few mighty figures flew into the sky. One by one, their supernatural abilities smashed downwards. In an instant, the charging momentum of the Blackhorn Seahorse was greatly reduced. Flame of the Fire Dragon. Wang Xian let out a low roar. Flames that were 1,000 meters high instantly rose from his body. He was like a powerful god of fire. Haha, not bad. The Flame of the Fire Dragon is not a one-time AoE spell. Instead, it is attached to the surroundings of the body. It can last for a very long time. Wang Xian was very satisfied. He clenched his hand and a fire sword appeared in his hand. Instantly, he charged forward. The third wave of the monster siege began. The slaughter began. Wang Xian wanted to make use of this defense to accumulate sufficient resources for the Dragon Palace. As expected, that kid has been hiding his strength just now. Dao Hen, who was not far away, swept his gaze over. One of his single eyes revealed a cold expression. Chapter 926 Killing you is like killing an ant. However, if I want to kill you, it's like killing an ant. Dao Hen turned his head and looked at the Blackhorn Seahorse in front of him. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Be careful this time. He reminded his subordinates around him. It's the leader. A rank 6 transcendent died in the group. They couldn't afford to be careless. Boom, boom, boom. The battle began. The sky-piercing arrow on the city wall, the city guards in the sky, and all the experts of the Holy Sea Town all attacked. In the sky, all kinds of fireballs, wind blades, and lightning covered the sky and covered the earth. Wang Xian brandished the fire sword in his hand. With the increase in his level, the level 3 supernatural realm beasts did not dare to attack him. If it was not too shocking, he could even float in the air and the hundreds of thousands of level 2 and level 3 supernatural beasts would listen to his commands. Controlling the level 2 and level 3 supernatural beasts, Wang Xian's strength alone was comparable to the hundreds of thousands of city guards and mercenaries. Even so, Wang Xian's killing speed was not slower than the level 7 sword mark. The sounds of slaughter and screams of agony could be heard continuously. In fact, at one corner of the city wall, thousands of blackhorn seahorses rushed to the bottom of the city wall and crashed heavily into it. A huge hole was created from the impact. Some blackhorn seahorses even flew to the top of the city wall. The terrifying blackhorn seahorses penetrated through the corpses of the mercenary groups. The third wave of attacks was obviously much more devastating than the first 2 waves. However, this didn't have much of an impact on Wang Xian. After his strength had increased once again, even if he didn't transform into a divine dragon, he was still able to fight against ferocious beasts of level 6 transcendence. Most of these ferocious beasts were below level 5 transcendence. They were no match for him at all. Half an hour had passed. There were around 1 to 2,000 ferocious beasts that had died at the hands of Wang Xian. There was a powerhouse of level 9 transcendence like Jin Xin Yuan in the Holy Sea Town. Although there were still losses, not a single ferocious beast was able to charge into the city. Time passed slowly. After an hour, there were less than 100 people still fighting outside the city. Only 4 members of the mercenary group were still fighting with the beasts outside the city. The rest of the members of the mercenary group had long fled to the city to recuperate. Everyone, put in more effort and kill all these beasts. Haha, after killing them, wait for the corpses of the beasts. Kill. This daddy has killed over 100 fierce beasts this time. I won't be short of money within 10 years, haha. FUCK. Defend this attack and rest well for a period of time. A city guard leader shouted loudly and encouraged. The surrounding mercenary groups and city guards revealed excited expressions. Although they had lost quite a number of people in this battle to defend the city, their gains were even greater. The hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts' corpses would definitely keep them from leaving the city for a long time. Kill. The mercenary group and the city guards were excited again, and they continued to fight while roaring. Outside the city, there were many corpses. The first 2 batches of corpses had been stored in the interspatial rings by special personnel. According to the array formation in Holy Sea Town, they could see every scene clearly. A group of people had recorded the scene and divided the corpses. Leader, none of our brothers died this time. Moreover, we killed at least 5,000 fierce beasts. At the bottom of the city wall, an old man said to Dao Hen excitedly, after guarding the city this time, we can have a good rest for a while. Haha, everyone has a year off. During this year, everyone can have a good time. Dao Hen's face was also filled with excitement. Although one of the experts had died this time, the harvest was still extremely huge. Just the corpse of a transcendent 6th grade fierce beast, they had already harvested 30, including the other corpses. This time, their harvest would reach 30 to 40 million mid-grade spirit stones. If split evenly, each person would be able to obtain several 100,000 spirit stones. Thank you, leader. Long live the leader. Long live the Blade Scar Mercenary Group. Below the city wall, more than 40 experts of the Blade Scar Mercenary Group raised their weapons excitedly and shouted. How domineering! As expected of the Blade Scar Mercenary Group, they have fought for so long and still have such fighting spirit. The harvest of the Blade Scar Mercenary Group this time is simply heaven-defying. Our mercenary group's harvest can't even reach 1% of their harvest. It's really strong. The number 1 mercenary group in Holy Sea Town lives up to its name. It would be great if I could join the Sword Scar Mercenary Group. On the city wall, the mercenary groups heard the whistling sounds of the Sword Scar Mercenary Group, and their eyes were filled with respect and envy. More than a dozen brothers of our Sword Scar Mercenary Group died this time. We will recruit more than a dozen brothers to replace them. Hearing the voice from the city wall, a proud look appeared on the face of the Sword Scar Mercenary Group as he said lightly, Yes, we will treat the family members of our brothers who died well. Commander, why don't we announce the recruitment of the mercenary group now? The old man beside him said to Dao Hen. Sure. Dao Hen nodded and slowly faced the direction of Holy Sea Town, facing the city wall that was dozens of meters long. Dao Hen Mercenary Group, have lost more than 10 brothers in this battle. We will once again recruit more than 10 experts to become our brothers and fight side by side. Those who want to join our mercenary group after this battle, go to the Dao Hen Mercenary Group and register. As Blade Scar spoke slowly, his voice instantly spread across several kilometers, and everyone heard it clearly. The Blade Scar Mercenary Group will once again recruit members. Haha, that's great. I want to register. I want to go too. The Blade Scar Mercenary Group is simply too strong. After seeing their battle today, they are practically invincible in our Holy Sea Town. I also want to join the Blade Scar Mercenary Group, but to join them, I reckon that they must at least have the strength of a rank 4 Transcendent. Knife Scar's words made everyone on the city wall boil. Even some of the leaders of the mercenary groups were interested in joining him. Everyone looked at Knife Scar with burning eyes. That one-armed, one-eyed body stood under the huge city wall, but it didn't seem small at all. Instead, it revealed a sense of majesty. It made people feel fear. In the hearts of the members of the Holy Sea Town mercenary group, Knife Scar was the king of the mercenary world. He was invincible. A faint smile appeared on Dao Hen's face. His ugly face made his smile look a bit ferocious. Leader, the third wave of fierce beasts are almost finished. Let's go back. A middle-aged man said happily. Yeah, but before that, let's get rid of an ant first. Dao Hen turned around coldly and looked at the position of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. A trace of indifference flashed in his eyes. It was as if killing the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group was as easy as squashing an ant. Huh. Haha, good leader. An arrogant kid. I'll kill him easily. The members of the Sword Scar mercenary group laughed and nodded. They clenched their weapons and looked at Wang Xian and the rest slowly. Chapter 927. Slaughtered Casually? Outside the eastern gate of Shanghai town, there were fresh blood and corpses everywhere. The entire battlefield was silent. When Dao Hen and his men stared coldly at the people from the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group not far away, some people on the city wall noticed it. Papa. Dao Hen led his men and walked slowly towards Wang Xian and the rest. When their feet stepped on the blood on the ground, they made a special sound. What are the people from Dao Hen's mercenary group going to do? They are heading towards the direction of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group? What are they going to do? On the city wall, the mercenary group and the city guards looked at the location below in astonishment. Why was Dao Hen's mercenary group going to the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group? Blade Scar and the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group have a conflict. Do you think it's possible? An old man widened his eyes and guessed with a surprised look. Don't tell me they're going to destroy the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. It's possible. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is recklessly participating in the conflict between the three big shops. Maybe the leader of the Blade Scar mercenary group is going to destroy them. It shouldn't be possible. Their hatred hasn't reached such a level, has it? The surrounding people revealed a surprised expression. Haha, our regiment commander naturally wants to kill that arrogant brat. At this moment, on the city wall, more than 10 members of the Blade Scar mercenary group laughed loudly. They said loudly with smiles on their faces, without the slightest bit of taboo. What? This brother of the Blade Scar, Regiment Commander Blade Scar, really wants to kill that young man? Everyone was slightly shocked and quickly asked. Of course, a reckless kid. Killing him is like killing an ant. Let's go too. More than 10 Knife Scar mercenary group members slightly raised their heads and showed cold disdain on their faces. They jumped and directly flew down. Knife Scar mercenary group really wants to kill that young man? It's over. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is going to be finished. What genius, what monster. They are all going to fall. Some people looked down with a look of amusement. Big brother, should we go over? If we help the Blade Scar mercenary group, maybe the leader of the Blade Scar mercenary group can let us in directly. Second brother is right. Hee. If the leader of the Blade Scar mercenary group really wants to destroy the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, we might be able to leave a good impression on the leader of the Blade Scar mercenary group. The two burly middle-aged men whispered to each other. Then, they flew out of the city. Let's go. Commander Dao Hen wants to destroy the Immortal Phoenix. If we help him, we might be able to join them. The warriors had also thought of this. They rolled their eyes and flew down. In an instant, more than 30 people flew towards the back of the Knife Scar mercenary group. Not good, Supervisor E. The Knife Scar mercenary group wants to harm Commander Wang and the others. At this moment, on the city wall, shopkeeper Liu, who had been watching the city battle, changed his expression and hurriedly said to the woman beside him, Commander Wang and the others are not strong enough to deal with the experts of the Knife Scar mercenary group. It's going to be troublesome. The woman's expression changed slightly as her eyes sparkled. Let me go over. It's only a few 100 meters away from the Holy See town. The woman thought for a moment and said, her strength was at transcendent level 7. It was sufficient for her to bring Wang Xian and the rest into the city. TSK, Supervisor E, do you want to go over personally? At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from the side. The woman's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly turned her head. A middle-aged man, who looked very refined, was holding a metal fan in his hand, and he was staring at her with a smile on his face. The shopkeeper of the Holy Item Forging Workshop stood at the side. This kid destroyed our cooperative mercenary group in Holy See Town. TSK, if you want to make a move, then I can only make a move. The middle-aged man opened his fan and said with a smile on his face. The woman's expression changed and instantly sank. Today, that kid must die. No one can save him. Another voice came from behind. Shopkeeper Ching of the Life and Death Pill Workshop swayed her pretty body as she walked over. She glanced at the woman and looked down at the city. I didn't expect Supervisor E to personally come to this small place, Holy See Town. Hee, Supervisor E, enjoy it. She looked down with a smile, her eyes full of mockery and pride. Seeing the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop coming over, the woman knew that it would be difficult for her to make a move this time. She looked down with an embarrassed expression. This young man who was on good terms with them was probably doomed. That kid is going to die. At this time, the long-haired young man who was standing in the middle and next to them looked down with excitement and said joyfully, his strength is very, very strong, far surpassing ours. It would be a pity if he died like this. Jean Luyin frowned as she looked at that figure. After 3 waves of siege, the figure of him slaughtering everyone in the area caused her to be extremely shocked. Among the younger generation, there might not be a second person in the entire kingdom who could achieve such a feat and possess such strength. A truly peerless genius. Jin Xinyuan, who had returned, watched this scene indifferently and paid no attention to it. With so many people going down, it seems that they want to leave a good impression on Commander Dao Hin. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is dead for sure this time. Just as the members of the Dao Hin mercenary group said, killing them is as easy as squashing an ant. A young man who had just shaken the entire Holy See town and a newly risen mercenary group was instantly annihilated. What bad luck. It's better to keep a low profile. As he saw the experts leaving one by one, some mocking voices sounded on the city wall. When the people from the Knife Scar mercenary group looked in their direction, Wang Xian sensed it. When he saw that they were holding weapons in their hands and their eyes were filled with contempt, he raised his eyebrows and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wang Xian didn't move. He watched quietly as the people from the Knife Scar mercenary group walked up to them. Ao Jian and the others followed beside him. Captain Knife Scar, we are here to help you. Captain Knife Scar, we want to join the Knife Scar mercenary group. Hee. The members of the Knife Scar mercenary group stopped and looked at Wang Xian and the rest with a mocking expression on their faces. Hearing the voices from behind, the members of the Knife Scar mercenary group revealed proud smiles on their faces. In Shanghai town, their Knife Scar mercenary group was the king of the hiring world. With a single order, even other mercenary groups would obey it. Kid, you destroyed the people from the Mirage Sea mercenary group and recklessly participated in something that you are not qualified to participate in. Since you guys are courting death, I, Knife Scar, can only kill you casually. Knife Scar looked at Wang Xian and the rest and grinned. He bared his teeth and said with a smile, killing casually? When Wang Xian heard Dao Hin's words, he smiled too. Chapter 928. He was the leader of the Dragon Thorns. Let's go. Wang Xian's gaze swept across everyone around him. There were about 60 to 70 members of the Knife Mark mercenary group, plus a group of martial artists who wanted to curry favor with the Knife Mark mercenary group and join them. There were about 100 people in total. Each of them had a proud look on their faces as they stared at them with contempt. It was as though they wanted to kill a fish on a sticky board. Are you guys here to kill me? Wang Xian's cold gaze swept across all of them as he asked coldly. Haha, don't be so serious. We are here to kill you, not to kill you. A middle-aged man from the Sword Scar mercenary group laughed out loud as he said mockingly. There was a huge difference between the word kill and slaughter. Slaughter was a term used to describe a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was very powerful and destroyed the Mirage Sea mercenary group. The young leader was extremely talented and powerful, but in the eyes of the Knife Scar mercenary group, he was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Kill if you want to. That's right. I advise you to pull your necks out and commit suicide so that we won't hurt you later. Haha, that's right. If the Knife Scar mercenary group wants to kill you, you have to die. I think you should commit suicide. Going against the Dao Hin mercenary group is simply courting death. Behind them, a group of powerhouses who had come down to curry favor with the Dao Hin mercenary group pointed at Wang Xian and said mockingly. Their tone was filled with contempt. From their point of view, it shouldn't be too easy for Dao Hin to destroy the Immortal Phoenix. All of you have to get involved too. Wang Xian glanced at the people behind him coldly and asked with a twinkle in his eyes. Join in? Haha. A burly middle-aged man laughed out loud. Following that, he moved his body and blocked the path leading to the city wall. Hee, Leader Dao Hin, I, Lao Han, have extraordinary level 4 cultivation base. I'm going to sign up to join the Dao Hin mercenary group. I'll help you to prevent them from escaping. Although I don't need Lao Han, I still have to support you. The burly middle-aged man said with a fawning expression. When the surrounding people heard the burly middle-aged man's words, they secretly cursed him for being cunning. Why didn't they think of that? Leader Dao Hin, we'll help you surround them. That's right. As long as Leader Dao Hin gives the order, we'll take action immediately. The strong ones who were not weak immediately surrounded Wang Xian and the rest as they spoke with smiles on their faces. Dao Hin looked at this scene with great satisfaction. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You've mobilized so many people. Kid, do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to make a move? Wang Xian swept his cold gaze across everyone who surrounded them. In the end, his gaze met Dao Hin's eyes. It's over. Everyone in the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group has been surrounded. It's going to be difficult for them to escape now. Today, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group will definitely be destroyed. A short-lived genius. More than 100,000 people on the city wall watched this scene and spoke slowly. Haha, they really treat us as ants. How interesting. All of you will die today. A terrifying killing intent shot out from Wang Xian's eyes. He stared at Dao Hin coldly and said, You brought this on yourself. You can't live. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, light started to flash within a radius of 2,000 to 3,000 meters. The surroundings seemed to have become strange. A black light barrier suddenly enveloped the surroundings. A faint white light was emitted from their surroundings. Light shadow barrier, level 8 extraordinary formation. Function. Set up a barrier to trap the enemy and protect yourself. Array formation activated. Light shadow barrier was a transcendent item obtained by the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group after they advanced to silver rank. Transcendent rank 8 array formation. Creatures within Transcendent rank 8 could forget about breaking this array formation. Only experts above Transcendent rank 8 could destroy this array formation. The light shadow barrier directly enveloped everyone within the array formation. The sudden appearance of this scene caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Their faces revealed a stunned expression. Even Dao Hin frowned as he looked at the surrounding formations in astonishment. An extraordinary level 8 formation. A hint of seriousness flashed across Dao Hin's eyes. An extraordinary level 8 formation. With his strength, he couldn't break it. What? An extraordinary level 8 formation? What is he trying to do? The expressions of the surrounding experts and the members of Dao Hin's mercenary group changed slightly as they stared at Wang Xian in astonishment. Level 8 formation. You trapped us here. Are you trying to kill us? You're simply courting death. Blade Scar scanned his surroundings coldly. He didn't find any danger and sneered. Hee hee, I was afraid that you guys would run away, so I trapped all of you here. Then, kill? Huh. However, when Wang Xian finished his sentence, the surrounding people stared at him in astonishment. How could this kid be so calm and confident? It was at this moment that Ao Yao and the rest who had been hiding in the surroundings made their move. In an instant, the people who were surrounding them suddenly widened their eyes and slowly lowered their heads to look at the position of their chests. There's no need to hide, Wang Xian said indifferently to the group of strange demons around him. Bang, bang, bang. Ao Yao gave a gentle push, and 20 corpses fell to the ground. What? In an instant, everyone in the formation had a drastic change in expression. They let out a series of exclamations. Even Dao Hin's expression changed drastically as he looked at the group of strange monsters with a solemn expression. The group of strange monsters slowly walked to Wang Xian's side. Ao Yao came to his right. Half of his body was black and the other half was white. It looked extremely strange. The rest of the strange demons were emitting a white light. They didn't look like an assassin at all. However, everyone saw it in an instant. Terrifying, strange, sinister. Wang Xian ignored their shock. He moved his palm slowly and pieces of red paper appeared in his hand. The paper floated towards the Sword Scar mercenary group and the group of martial artists. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they stared at the red paper vigilantly. This is... An incredulous voice came from the mouth of a middle-aged man. He stared at the red paper with his eyes wide open. Congratulations on your death from the Dragon Assassin Organization. Congratulations on your death. How is this possible? At this moment, there were sounds of shock from the surroundings. A piece of paper that looked festive was now an item that terrified everyone in Shanghai town. Congratulations to the death of the Dragon Assassin Organization. This was a death notice, a death name tag. A sense of horror and fear enveloped their hearts. They raised their heads with an embarrassed expression and stared at Wang Xian and the group of strange demons. The Dragon Assassin Organization? Kid, who are you? Dao Hin stared at Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression. His eyes flickered as he growled. Who am I? Hee hee, don't you know who I am if you want to kill me? Wang Xian took 2 steps forward slowly. He raised his head slightly, and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. I am the leader of the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group. I am the leader of the Dragon Assassin Organization. Monthly Pass. Chapter 929. He was the leader of the Dragon Assassin Group. I'm the leader of the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group. I'm the leader of the Dragon Assassin Group. When Wang Xian's words rang out, the surrounding Sword Scar mercenary group and the group of martial artists were completely stunned. When they saw a strange creature instantly killing the group of martial artists and saw the red piece of paper, they felt a sense of horror in their hearts. Especially when Wang Xian said that he was the leader of the Dragon Assassin Organization. Everyone's pupils couldn't help but shrink. How is this possible? How can you be the leader of the Dragon Assassin Organization? Dao Hin also widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He stared at the group of strange monsters with an ugly expression as he held the long saber in his hand tightly. Hee hee, congratulations to all of you. You are not the first to meet the Dragon Assassin, nor will you be the last. However, all of you are the first to make me fight with all my might. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. He was no longer the Wang Xian who had just arrived at the Transcendence continent. He was no longer the Dragon King who had to endure and endure back then. Long Shao of the 9 Heavens started from the small town of Shanghai Town. Ao Jian and the rest slowly dispersed, holding the golden longsword tightly in their hands. Dao Hin and the rest looked extremely embarrassed. Their eyes were twitching violently. They were both furious and fearful. An ant that they felt could be squashed to death easily turned into a terrifying elephant all of a sudden. This feeling made them extremely uncomfortable. This was especially so for the group of people behind Dao Hin's mercenary group. They saw that Dao Hin wanted to recruit members, and that Dao Hin's mercenary group wanted to destroy the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group. Initially, they wanted to come over to express their goodwill and help Dao Hin mercenary group destroy the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group. In their eyes, this was a very good opportunity to curry favor with Captain Dao Hin. However, they didn't expect it to turn out like this. The 20 experts who were at least at extraordinary level 3, who surrounded the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group, were instantly killed. "I'm sorry, Captain Wang. It's our fault. We don't want to be enemies with you. Please let us out. We can listen to your orders. Please." At this moment, the middle-aged man who said that he wanted Wang Xian and the rest to commit suicide begged for mercy with a face full of cold sweat. He threw away his weapon and put his palms together. His face was full of fear. "Commander Wang, young Master Wang, young Master Wang, I also. Shut up." A middle-aged man begged for mercy, while another middle-aged man said with a face full of fear. However, just as he spoke, Dao Hin's cold voice was heard. At this moment, Dao Hin stared coldly at Wang Xian with one eye. He had gone through more than 10 life-and-death situations, but he was able to survive each time. This time, he didn't think that he would die for sure. His cold one eye swept across Wang Xian and the rest. "Among you, none of you have reached Transcendent Level 7. Do you think you can kill me with just these sneak-attacking monsters? Kid, when I fought with my life, you were still a bug." As he spoke, he raised the long saber in his hand. "All of you, hold on to your weapons. They are just a bunch of people who are bluffing. So what if they are from the Dragon Assassin organization? What? There is no Transcendent Level 7? Since Leader Dao Hin said there is no such thing, there must be no such thing. So what if there's a dragon spike? Our leader Dao Hin has been through dozens of years to reach this stage. Why would he be afraid of an assassin organization that has just emerged? That's right. Assassins are only terrifying when they are hidden. Why would we be afraid of a direct battle?" The members of the Dao Hin mercenary group clenched their weapons with vicious expressions and stared at Wang Xian and the rest with murderous intent. As expected of the Knife Scar mercenary group. As expected of the #1 mercenary group in Shanghai town. However, all of you will die today. Wang Xian looked at them and was filled with fighting spirit in an instant. A cold expression appeared on his face. He wasn't afraid of arousing their fighting spirit. This was the reason why it was interesting. "Kid, I will chop your corpse into 18 pieces." Dao Hin growled in a low voice. His one eye was filled with calmness. "Kill?" Wang Xian clenched his fist slightly. Outside the formation, a black light barrier rose up and covered an area of 3 kilometers. This sudden change stunned the hundreds of thousands of people on the city wall. What's going on? What's going on? Why did a black barrier suddenly rise up? That's an array formation. It's a Transcendent Level 8 array formation. What's going on? This array formation couldn't have been activated by the Blade Scar mercenary group. It was activated by the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. Could it be? Could it be that the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group has a powerful foundation? When the array formation rose up and covered an area, everyone revealed shocked expressions. It was an array formation that covered 1,000 meters in height and a radius of 3,000 meters. Everyone could sense the terrifying defense contained within the array formation. It was extremely difficult to break this array formation. Why did the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group directly use the array formation to envelop everyone? Could it be that they still had a trump card? It's an array formation of Transcendent Rank 8. Even if I wanted to break it, it would take some time. Jin Xinyuan looked at the array formation that suddenly appeared and revealed a surprised expression. The defensive array formation in Holy Sea Town was only at Transcendent Rank 9, but the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group used an array formation of Transcendent Rank 8. Even he didn't have such a precious array formation. This Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is not simple. A small mercenary group appeared out of nowhere. As far as I know, he spent tens of millions of middle-grade spirit stones in the immortal phoenix pill and weapons workshop. His background is definitely not that simple. An elder beside Jin Xinyuan said in a low voice. Immortal phoenix? Immortal phoenix? Jin Xinyuan glanced at shopkeeper Liu and the woman. Is this mercenary group cultivated by Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop? Or are they the elite disciples behind them? However, based on my observation, it's impossible for the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group to kill Dao Hin and the others. Jin Xinyuan was a bit confused. Even if the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group trapped Dao Hin and the others with an array formation, they wouldn't be a match for Dao Hin and the others. Could it be that they want to trap Dao Hin and the others inside and starve them to death? The possibility is very small, but no matter how you look at it, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is going to die. This might be a death struggle. After a moment of shock, everyone on the city wall recovered and discussed. Shopkeeper Liu and the woman frowned as they stared at the array formation below. It was a level 8 extraordinary formation. They could not see what was happening inside and could only wait here. Roar, roar. Within the formation, a dragon's roar was heard. The terrifying sound instantly filled the entire area. Following that, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the Knife Scar mercenary group, Wang Xian's figure underwent a huge change. His terrifying figure was 30 meters tall, and his body was emitting a 5-colored glow. He had 5 terrifying attributes, and his body was exuding endless majesty. He looked extremely powerful. Chapter 930. The King of the Holy Sea Town's Mercenary Group. What kind of creature is this? Could it be that he's an expert from the demon race who has transformed into a human? No, that's not right. He has the aura of a human. He should be a bloodline cultivator. Hiss, what a powerful aura. What kind of bloodline is this? So powerful. In the formation, when Wang Xian revealed his body size, the expressions of the people from the Sword Scar mercenary group changed drastically. The powerful aura and the majestic and huge body made everyone dumbfounded. A bloodline cultivator. Knife Scar's pupils contracted slightly as his eyes revealed a vigilant look. On the Transcendence continent, other than the common cultivation method of absorbing spiritual energy, there was also a very special cultivation method. It was called a bloodline cultivator. A bloodline cultivator had a huge advantage. As long as he had sufficient energy and sufficient bloodline, his strength would be able to increase rapidly. On the Transcendental continent, the most powerful race was the Dragon race bloodline. On the Transcendental continent, there was a race called the Draconid race. They had the bloodline of the Dragon race, the peak race on the Transcendental continent. Once they awakened this bloodline, their cultivation speed would be very fast. They didn't even need to comprehend supernatural powers. As long as their strength reached a certain level, they could automatically comprehend supernatural powers. The Draconid race had established a powerful empire in the Transcendence continent, the Dragon Empire. The strength of the Dragon Empire was at the top of the entire Transcendence continent. However, Wang Xian's transformation was very rare among the bloodline cultivators. Even the strong ones among the dragon bloodline cultivators could not transform into dragons. They could only transform part of their bodies into the dragon race. Furthermore, there was a limit to the strength of a bloodline cultivator. Once they reached the peak of the bloodline, they would never be able to increase their strength. The solidification of the bloodline would set a limit. Even so, there were still many people who wanted to become a bloodline cultivator. Roar, kill. Wang Xian let out a low roar. His body moved, and he attacked Dao Hin. Beside him, Ao Jian and the rest of Ao Yao's group also attacked Dao Hin's group. He's just a bloodline cultivator. Today, I'll kill you, you bastard. Dao Hin's expression didn't change when he saw Wang Xian attacking. He raised his weapon with one arm and a terrifying golden radiance slashed at Wang Xian. The golden radiance condensed into a 100-meter-wide violent blade that emitted a terrifying aura. Kill all the members of the Saber Scar mercenary group, and the remaining 10 or so experts gritted their teeth and charged forward. The opponent didn't have any transcendent level 7 experts. As long as the commander of the Saber Scar group killed that bluffing monster, they would win. Furthermore, the opponent only had 30 people, while they still had more than 80 people. They weren't afraid of 2 to 3 people attacking one. Crack, crack, crack. Wang Xian's golden dragon claw clawed at the 100-meter-long saber. The saber collapsed immediately after the collision of the metal elements. What a strong physical body! Dao Hen's expression changed slightly as a grave expression appeared on his face. However, at this moment, Wang Xian's dragon claw had already attacked. His terrifying 30-meter-long body was already 2 to 3 meters in size with just his dragon claw. The terrifying golden dragon claw went straight for Dao Hen's body. Bang! Get lost. Dao Hen had only one arm, but his strength was extremely terrifying. With a wave of his long saber, it instantly condensed into a golden mountain and charged towards the dragon claw. Boom! Wang Xian's body trembled. Dao Hen leaped and flew into the sky. With a swing of his saber, he split into 3 terrifying saber rays. 10,000 saber light slash. Dao Hen roared loudly. 3 saber rays were released and split apart rapidly, forming 1-meter-long golden sabers. The golden sabers covered an area of 1,000 meters, completely enveloping Wang Xian. This was a supernatural ability. Golden Void Rend. Wang Xian's expression did not change. With a wave of his dragon claws, 10,000 golden rays of light attacked forward in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. The intense sounds of collision rang out. A large area of space within the formation was completely covered by their attacks. Ah, 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 ah. At this moment, screams of pain could be heard from below. What? Dao Hen swept his gaze over, and a look of shock instantly appeared in his eyes. In the area below, that black and white terrifying creature was like the god of death. It easily killed the subordinates of Dao Hen's mercenary group. Even the only level 6 transcendent expert in his mercenary group was killed in an instant. This, leader, help. When the members of the Saber Scar mercenary group clashed with the members of the Dragon Palace, the ones who were fighting with the golden swordfish were still fine. But the warriors who were fighting with Ao Yao and the others had terrified expressions on their faces. Terrifying, terrifying. After the strange monsters evolved into the Light Dragon, although their cultivation was only at the 3rd rank, they were able to unleash the strength of the 5th rank. Among the members of the Blade Scar mercenary group, only 6 were at the 5th rank. The rest were all below the 5th rank. With such a huge gap, the members of the Blade Scar mercenary group suffered heavy losses. The only one who was at Transcendent Level 6 was killed instantly by Ao Yao. When a captain of the Sword Scar mercenary group saw this situation, he immediately shouted in fear. One of the eyes of the Sword Scar was about to split open. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. This was his subordinate, the #1 mercenary group in Holy Sea Town that he had spent decades to build. Now, they suffered heavy losses in an instant. Don't be distracted during the battle. Wang Xian saw that Dao Hen was in a daze and didn't take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he revealed a cold expression. Killing me is like squashing an ant. I want to see how leader Dao Hen squashed me to death. Let's fight seriously. Haha. Wang Xian let out a wild roar. Water Crisis City. Water Crisis City. A water attribute supernatural ability. Water, the blue water that appeared out of thin air, covered an area of more than 1,000 meters once again, completely enveloping the Saber Scar. The terrifying water energy instantly formed a restraint, and the water shockwave attacked the Saber Scar. The expression of the Saber Scar changed slightly. Sea Splitter. Sea Splitter, a metal attribute ability. In the face of an expert whose strength was not much different from his, the opponent could only use his ability to defend against his ability. Boom. The ocean with a radius of more than 1,000 meters was torn apart from the middle. Waterborne wood, the descent of the wood world. Wang Xian's expression did not change as he continued to cast his supernatural ability. The descent of the wood world. Splash. Huge trees grew out from the seawater that was split apart by the sea. With the support of the water energy, Wang Xian realized that the descent of the wood world that he cast this time was much stronger than before. How can there be so many attributes? How is this possible? Dao Hin looked extremely embarrassed when he saw that the water attribute had been converted into wood attribute. In the transcendence realm, other than the weapons and armor, the biggest difference in the strength of a martial artist was their abhijna. Every time a martial artist leveled up, there would be an additional abhijna. However, martial artists with multiple attributes were an exception. Every time they leveled up, they would need to comprehend the abhijna of the attributes that they were cultivating. This was the reason why warriors with multiple attributes could fight beyond their levels. Chapter 931. The King of the Holy Sea Town's Mercenary Group. In the Transcendence Continent, those who dared to cultivate 2 attributes were definitely geniuses among millions of people. However, after Dao Hin saw that Wang Xian had displayed at least 4 attributes, his expression turned even uglier. As everyone knew, the more attributes one had, the stronger one's ability to surpass one's level would be. At the same time, the difficulty level of dual attribute cultivators was twice that of single attribute cultivators. And if one cultivated 4 or 5 attributes, what kind of concept would that be? 4 or 5 times that of an ordinary cultivator. In other words, a single attribute cultivator might have reached rank 5 transcendence, while that multi-attribute cultivator might not have broken through to rank 1 transcendence. In battle, a rank 5 transcendent would naturally be able to easily kill a rank 1 transcendent. Although quantitative changes could trigger qualitative changes, it was useless if the quality was too different. Even 10 rank 1 extraordinary divine abilities could not break the defense of a rank 5 extraordinary expert. However, the young man in front of him had transformed into a monster with 4 to 5 attributes, and his strength had even reached rank 4 extraordinary. What kind of concept was this? He was certain that even those powerful empires would not have such a monstrous fellow. Golden light explosion. Dao Hin gritted his teeth and roared. He could only use his supernatural ability to resist. Golden light explosion. One beam, 10,000 beams of golden light exploded when it came into contact with the wood world. In an instant, all the trees were turned into dust. Continue, Fire Dragon's Flame. He used his supernatural ability again. From the start of the battle, Wang Xian had unleashed 4 supernatural abilities, one after another. From metal to water, water to wood, wood to fire. The flame of the fire dragon was a divine ability evolved from the burning river and boiling sea. Under the enhancement of the wood chips, the power of the flame was even more terrifying. Roar! Wang Xian opened his dragon mouth and spat out the dragon flames. Scram! I, Dao Hin, have experienced life and death. How can I die here? Dao Hin roared loudly. His entire body was emitting golden light as he charged through the flames that filled the sky and slashed at Wang Xian. Boom! Wang Xian's eyes were flashing with a mixture of white and black red light. The 2 flames landed on Dao Hin's body. Boom! The dragon eyes of light and dark fire was still able to retain its original attack after the fusion of several ocular arts into one. It was even more terrifying. The red, white, and black flames landed on Dao Hin's body. The golden light was quickly dissolved. The special flames landed on Dao Hin's body, causing his expression to change drastically. His eyes revealed a look of horror. His body was sent flying into the distance. Bang! The powerful force collided with the formation, causing Dao Hin to spit out a large mouthful of blood. This is your strength. Wang Xian's red, black, and white eyes emitted a strange luster as he said coldly. Cough, cough. Dao Hin coughed violently as a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. Leader, save us. All our brothers have been killed. At this moment, a miserable voice came from below again. His face was pale as he looked down. There were more than 70 corpses on the ground. Out of all the experts in Dao Hin's mercenary group, only 2 or 3 of them were still standing there. However, they would be killed soon. As long as I'm still alive, I can do everything again. Slowly, Knife Scar's eyes turned blood red. His desire to survive caused a terrifying aura to erupt from his body once again. As expected of Knife Scar, the legend of the Holy Sea Town's mercenary group and the king of the mercenary group. However, from today onwards, the Holy Sea Town will have no Knife Scar mercenary group. The Celestial Phoenix mercenary group will be the king of the Holy Sea Town's mercenary group. Wang Xian swayed his huge body and attacked Knife Marks directly. Haha, dream on. Knife Marks will not die. Knife Marks roared loudly. His 2-meter-long broadsword turned completely dark gold. His body flew into the air and slashed towards Wang Xian. I will kill you with this attack. Wang Xian's gaze was cold. His dragon claws were emitting terrifying flames. Die. Dao Hin used all the strength in his body to slash at Wang Xian. Void. The moment the long blade was about to land on Wang Xian, he unleashed his supernatural ability, Void. How is this possible? The long blade passed through Wang Xian's body. Dao Hin widened his eyes and revealed an incredulous expression. At this moment, Wang Xian's dragon claws grabbed Dao Hin's body. No. Dao Hin, who was grabbed by the dragon claw, revealed a look of despair. His ugly face looked at Wang Xian ferociously. How can a small mercenary group stop my footsteps? Wang Xian clenched his dragon claw. One of Dao Hin's eyeballs almost popped out. The life force in his body slowly disappeared. Pong! Wang Xian threw it casually and threw it on the ground. His gaze swept across the area. The members of the Knife Scar mercenary group and more than 10 other experts were all killed. Dragon King, Ao Yaojian, and the rest bowed and shouted. Search their interspatial rings and put away their corpses, Wang Xian ordered. It's the Dragon King. The members of the Dragon Palace replied. Wang Xian had a thought. He transformed back into his human form. He lifted his head slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. In the future, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group will be considered to be in the top spot in Shanghai town. Wang Xian revealed a confident expression. In less than half a month, his strength and Ao Jian and Ao Yaoyao's strength had improved tremendously. Dragon King, it has been taken care of. Ao Jian reported to him very quickly. Then, let's go out. Wang Xian moved and came to the position where the formation was placed. It was a light and shadow barrier. It was an extraordinary level 8 formation. The activation of the formation required spirit stones to maintain. The formation is not under attack. The spirit stones are not consumed at all. Wang Xian took a glance and smiled. He picked it up slowly. Retract. The formation was retracted, and the black curtain, covering a radius of 3,000 meters, disappeared. However, at this moment, outside the city, a group of city guards were cleaning up the corpses of ferocious beasts. They occasionally looked at the position of the formation, their eyes filled with curiosity. On the city wall, all the mercenary groups didn't leave either. Even the mayor, Jin Xianyuan, didn't leave either. His gaze was fixed on the position of the formation. They were also waiting for the disappearance of the formation, waiting for the final result. It disappeared. The formation disappeared. At this moment, when the formation disappeared, everyone on the city wall was in an uproar. Their eyes were fixed on it. The experts of the Blade Scar mercenary group wanted to destroy the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, but they were surrounded by the formation. They couldn't see the situation inside clearly. Was it the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group that was destroyed, or something else? Where are the members of the Sword Scar mercenary group? As soon as the array disappeared, everyone looked over with surprise on their faces. Only the members of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group? Could it be? Everyone was stunned. Below them, there were only 12 members of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. A handsome young man stood proudly in the center. Beside him, 11 subordinates stood respectfully on both sides, looking down on St. C Town. Chapter 932. Strength had greatly increased. Could it be that the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group had wiped out the experts of the Blade Scar mercenary group? A cry of surprise sounded from the city wall of St. C Town. This voice spread throughout the surroundings, causing everyone to be stunned. Then, their eyes widened, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. However, when they saw the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group standing under the city wall, exuding a supreme aura, everyone's eyes flickered. Their gazes swept across the fresh blood on the ground, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Blade Mark mercenary group has really been destroyed. How can the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group be so strong? How strong is that young leader? A middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock, and he couldn't help but sigh. How strong is he? The surrounding people also muttered. First, they destroyed the Mirage C mercenary group, and then they destroyed the Knife Scar mercenary group. In just one day. If they could destroy the Mirage C mercenary group, it was already shocking to everyone. However, destroying the Knife Scar mercenary group was shocking to everyone. The most powerful mercenary group in Holy See Town was destroyed, which meant that the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group would become the leader of the Holy See Town mercenary group. They were indeed the king of the mercenary group in Holy See Town. This mercenary group is not simple. Jin Xinyuan looked at Wang Xian and the rest in astonishment. Dao Hen's strength is considered to be at the top among those at Transcendent Level 7. However, he was still killed. If that young man didn't conceal his strength, then that young man must have a powerful weapon or array formation. The president of the Mercenary Association was also looking at Wang Xian in astonishment. For a young man to be able to bring out an extraordinary level 8 array formation, he might be able to bring out an even more powerful item. He's really powerful. Jin Luyin stood at the side and looked at Wang Xian with sparkling eyes. At such a young age, he was already standing at the top of the Holy See Town's mercenary group. His strength and talent made all the girls tempted. Is he sure that he is a new student who is about to enter the Demon Hunters Academy? With his strength, he can totally be a teacher. The long-haired young man beside her swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The expression on his face was very interesting. He was a student who was about to graduate from the Demon Hunters Academy. He was a Transcendent Level 4 powerhouse. He was almost 50 years old. Even so, he was still an expert who could be ranked among the top in the Demon Hunters Academy. However, compared to this new student who had not enrolled in the academy, he was simply trash. Let's go. Wang Xian stood at the foot of the city wall and scanned his surroundings. His body moved, and he flew directly towards the city wall. Captain Wang, shopkeeper Liu, and the woman saw Wang Xian flying over, and they welcomed him excitedly. Yes. Wang Xian nodded at them. His gaze swept across the Shocked Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. In the future, no mercenary group will dare to threaten others and prohibit the purchase of weapons and elixirs from the weapons workshop of the Immortal Phoenix Elixir Workshop. If they do, they will be going against us. Wang Xian said plainly. However, everyone around could hear him clearly. It seems like the relationship between the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group and Immortal Phoenix is not simple. Even a fool can tell. One is Immortal Phoenix, and the other is Immortal Phoenix. It seems like it's impossible for the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to suppress Immortal Phoenix in the future. If they could even destroy the Knife Scar mercenary group, which mercenary group in the Holy See Town would be their match? Who would dare to provoke the Phoenix Immortal Mercenary Group in the future? No one would dare to do so. In the future, the king of the Holy See Town's mercenary group would be the Phoenix Immortal Mercenary Group. The people on the city wall could hear Wang Xian's words as they discussed in hushed voices. The expressions of the shopkeepers and higher-ups of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop instantly turned ugly. They had spent such a huge price to recruit the Mirage C mercenary group and the Knife Marks mercenary group. However, they did not expect that they would be wiped out within a day. This caused them to suffer heavy losses. Tomorrow, all mercenary groups will head to the city guard office to collect the carcass of the ferocious beast. According to the certificate issued by the city guard office, they will head to the demon hunters mercenary group to collect points and raise the level of the mercenary group. At this moment, Jean Xinyuan's reminder sounded. Wang Xian took a look outside the city and bade farewell to shopkeeper Liu and the rest before leaving immediately. How did the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group destroy the Sword Scar mercenary group? They seem so mysterious. Could it be that leader Wang is a disciple of some big family who came out to train? Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying talent? That's really possible. He could even take out a transcendent level 8 array formation. Perhaps he has something even more powerful as his life-saving trump card. Even if he doesn't have any trump cards, this Captain Wang is already very terrifying. I wonder if his mercenary group will recruit anyone. This Captain Wang is still young and has endless potential. If he can join his mercenary group, he might be able to live a carefree life in the future. At the back, the group of mercenary groups were discussing in hushed tones as they looked at Wang Xian and the rest. They were filled with respect as they looked at the figure. Today's harvest is really huge. Upon returning to his residence, Wang Xian revealed an excited expression. Putting aside the corpses of nearly 10,000 ferocious beasts that he would pick up the next day, just the harvest from killing the members of the Knife Scar mercenary group was already very bountiful. As the #1 mercenary group in Shanghai Town, the resources and spirit stones in the hands of the Knife Scar mercenary group were definitely not something that an ordinary person could imagine. Just the middle-grade spirit stones alone were around 10 million. There were also quite a number of elixirs, weapons, and small-scale formations. Adding all these resources together, they could at least add up to nearly 10,000 dragon crystals. However, if Wang Xian wanted to level up now, he would need 100,000 dragon crystals, which was a huge expenditure. At night, Wang Xian had a good night's rest. The next morning, he walked towards the city guard's office. When he arrived at the entrance of the city guards, he saw a few hundred people gathered in front of the door. They were waiting at the entrance noisily. All of them were here to collect the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Leader Wang, please. Leader Xian Feng is here. The ferocious beasts they killed yesterday were only slightly less than the Knife Marks mercenary group. They have the most of them among us. Leader of the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group, please go ahead. I wonder if Leader Wang is still recruiting members for your mercenary group? After this, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group should be able to advance to the Gold mercenary group. As soon as Wang Xian arrived, everyone around him immediately recognized him and greeted him with smiles on their faces. Thank you. Wang Xian didn't stand on ceremony. The strong had the privilege of being strong. In the current employment group of Shanghai Town, no one was stronger than him. He walked in from the path that everyone around had cleared. There were dozens of city guards inside. Captain Wang, you really went on a killing spree yesterday and shocked the entire Shanghai Town. There are a total of 10,343 ferocious beasts for you. A middle-aged city guard walked over with a smile on his face and handed over more than a dozen interspatial rings to Wang Xian. There were more than 10,000 ferocious beasts inside. All right. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and walked out. Chapter 933. Strength increased greatly. Under the respectful gazes of all the mercenary groups, Wang Xian walked out from the city guard. Following that, Wang Xian walked towards the location of the Demon Hunter mercenary group. Killing ferocious beasts was to gain points. The points exchanged from the ferocious beasts in Wang Xian's interspatial ring were enough for the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group to be upgraded to gold grade. As for the gold grade stars, he wasn't very clear. When they entered the Demon Hunters mercenary group, the hall was filled with members of the mercenary group. Wang Xian's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. Just like the time when they were at the city guard office, everyone greeted Wang Xian, and the rest respectfully and made way for them. Even though Celestial Phoenix had yet to upgrade to gold-grade mercenary group, all the members of the mercenary group still respectfully allowed Wang Xian and the rest to come to the front. In the current Shanghai town, no one dared to provoke Immortal Phoenix. The violent personality that Wang Xian displayed back then made many people fearful. If he really offended the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, he might be exterminated by Immortal Phoenix when he left the city in the future. This was not impossible. On the contrary, such a thing was very common in the mercenary group world. Captain Wang, please show us the certificate of the City Guard Department. We also want to take a look at the carcass of the ferocious beast in the interspatial ring. The staff of the mercenary group said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and passed all the items over. Guess how many beasts did the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group kill yesterday? At least 7,000 to 8,000. Guess what? We'll know soon enough. At this moment, the hall of the mercenary group was extremely quiet. Everyone was staring at the spot in front of them. A total of 1346, 231 transcendence at level 1, 3,120 transcendence at level 2, and 1,090 transcendence at level 4. The staff member said with a smile, "Congratulations, Commander Wang. Including the mission to defend the city that you guys took yesterday, your mercenary group has been directly upgraded from 3-star silver to 2-star gold." Hiss, 2-star gold. My goodness, it has been upgraded by a whole level. With the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, 2-star gold is not surprising. Even without the monster siege yesterday, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group would be able to upgrade to gold soon. Amazing! I heard that the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was established less than half a month ago. It's so frustrating to compare people. Sounds of envy could be heard. Soon, the staff changed the badge of the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group to a golden one. The bright golden badge had the words Celestial Phoenix mercenary group written on it. It looked very eye-catching and cool. Wang Xian was very satisfied with the badge of the mercenary group. Let's go back, Wang Xian said to the members of the Dragon Palace. Let's go back. This time, we're not going back to the residence of the Holy Sea Town. We're going back to the Dragon Palace. More than 10,000 corpses of ferocious beasts could be upgraded even if Wang Xian devoured all of them. These more than 10,000 corpses of ferocious beasts could upgrade the strength of the Dragon Palace. They walked out of the city. Once they were out of the city, Wang Xian and the rest quickly flew toward the passage. The improvement in their cultivation made their speed much faster than before. In less than half an hour, Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the bottom of the sea. There were many giant squid, 2-headed giant squid, and 3-headed giant squid living in this sea area. With Wang Xian's current strength, he could already clean up the giant squid here. However, Wang Xian did not make a move. These giant squid were able to better conceal the passageway. When he arrived at the passageway, Wang Xian entered the Dragon Palace directly. Phew! When he stepped into the Dragon Palace, a surge of rich spiritual energy entered Wang Xian's body. The Dragon Palace is still the most comfortable place. The spiritual energy in the Dragon Palace is more than 10 times that of the Transcendence Continent. To the people of the Transcendence Continent, the Dragon Palace is also a holy land for cultivation. Wang Xian entered the Dragon Palace and took a deep breath. If he wasn't able to devour other water creatures to increase his strength quickly, Wang Xian wouldn't have left the Dragon Palace at all. His cultivation speed in the Dragon Palace was much faster than that of the Transcendence Continent. Dragon King. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue flew over and spoke to Wang Xian respectfully. Where are Shu Qingyue and the rest? Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Gue directly. Dragon King, the Dragon Queens have been cultivating since you left. They have yet to wake up. Prime Minister Gue replied directly. Guan Shuqing and the rest thought that Wang Xian had left for at least a year. They did not expect him to come twice in half a month. They had only been in closed-door cultivation for more than 10 days. It was not very long. Wang Xian nodded. Summon the strongest strange demon and golden swordfish to the dragon pool. It's the Dragon King. Wang Xian came to the side of the dragon pool and took out his interspatial rings. Bang, bang, bang. The corpses of the ferocious beasts were placed on the ground and were quickly absorbed by the dragon pool. Splash! A large amount of dragon blood gushed out from the mouths of the 9 divine dragons that were entrenched on the dragon pillars beside the dragon pool. Wang Xian smiled and said to Aojian and the golden swordfish, Aojian, all of you go down and increase your strength by 1 level before coming out. It's the Dragon King. The energy required for the golden swordfish to increase its level was much less than that of Ao Yao and the rest. Since the strange demon had evolved into a light spike, the amount of dragon blood required for each level up was much more than that of the golden swordfish. If they were to use dragon crystals, they would be able to level up with 600 to 700 dragon crystals. However, in terms of combat strength, they were much weaker than the strange demon. A golden swordfish at Transcendent Level 4 could only fight against a deviant demon at Transcendent Level 3 by 50 to 50. Soon, 10 deviant demons and 10 golden swordfish arrived. The strength of these deviant demons and golden swordfish were at the level of a superior immortal. Wang Xian allowed them to enter the dragon pool to absorb dragon blood for cultivation. He also raised Prime Minister Gui's strength to Transcendent Level 3. After consuming more than 10,000 ferocious beast corpses, the corpses of the Saber Scar mercenary group and the Mirage Sea mercenary group were absorbed by the dragon pool. Ao Yao, go down. The energy gathered from their corpses is enough to increase your strength. Wang Xian ordered Ao Yao. Now that Ao Yao's strength had increased to level 4 Transcendence and level 5 Transcendence, he was able to assassinate a level 8 Transcendence. This was the terrifying aspect of the dragon's spike, which was comparable to a divine dragon. Yes, Dragon King. There was 1 level 7 Transcendence corpse, 2 level 6 Transcendence corpses, and 9 level 5 Transcendence corpses. These corpses were sufficient for Ao Yao to advance to the next level, and there was even quite a bit of energy left. 2 more strange demons to advance to level 4 supernatural realm. Wang Xian continued to command. It's the Dragon King. Soon, more than 30 members of the Dragon Palace were entrenched in the Dragon Pool. After they came out again, the strength of his subordinates would be doubled. In the future, I can't allow the resources I obtain to increase the strength of the Dragon Palace every time. I have to let them hunt ferocious beasts. Wang Xian scanned the entire Dragon Palace. The strength of most of the members of the Dragon Palace were at the level of immortals on Earth. There were not many lower, middle, and upper immortals. If he, Ao Yao, and the rest were to rely on themselves, their cultivation speed would be reduced. If they wanted to increase their strength quickly, they would be free to enter the ocean of the supernatural continent and hunt ferocious beasts. Chapter 934, Gold 4-Star Mission. Dragon King. A day later, a group of more than 40 members of the Dragon Palace came out from the Dragon Pool and stood in front of Wang Xian as they greeted him respectfully. Including the strange demons who did not enter the Dragon Pool, there were a total of about 50 of them. Including Aojian, 21 golden swordfish, 11 transcendents at level 4, and 10 transcendents at level 2. 31 strange demons and Ao demons were level 5 transcendents. They had evolved into dragon-pricking dragons and were comparable to level 8 transcendents. 2 were level 4 transcendents, 18 were level 3, and 10 were level 2 transcendents. Now, this was all of Wang Xian's strength. This was a huge improvement. Compared to not long ago, it was more than double. In Shanghai town, other than the mayor, Jin Xinyuan, even the president of the Demon Hunters Association is not afraid. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Prime Minister Gui. Wang Xian shouted at Prime Minister Gui. Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui bowed. The improvement of the strength of the Dragon Palace is still too slow. Now, there are 20 new members of the Dragon Palace who are at Supernatural Stage 2. Organize them to enter the sea of the supernatural continent through the passage and start hunting. We must not let anyone discover the existence of the passage. Increase the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace as soon as possible. Wang Xian ordered Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. I will immediately come up with a plan to increase the strength of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue appraised the plan. All right, try to avoid any losses. Wang Xian nodded his head and swept his gaze across Ao Jian and Ao Yao. Let's return to the Transcendence Continent. Ao Jian and Ao Yao nodded their heads and followed closely behind Wang Xian to return to the Transcendence Continent through the passageway. There are only a little more than 10 days left before the Demon Hunters Academy starts its semester. Get ready and enter Donghai City. Wang Xian was deep in thought when he returned to the town of Shanghai. Donghai City was a big city near the sea. It was 10 times the size of Shanghai town and was close to the endless sea. Compared to Shanghai town, the surroundings of Donghai City were safer. However, there were many dangerous places at a certain distance from Donghai City to the sea. The development of a place was often related to the resources in the surroundings. Ferocious beasts hunted humans, and humans hunted ferocious beasts as well. If there were more ferocious beasts in some places, it would be easy to hunt them. Naturally, people would be attracted to that place very quickly. Danger and fortuitous encounters accompanied it. In a place that was too comfortable, there would not be any strong people. Wang Xian was destined to leave Shanghai town and head to Donghai City to develop. Dragon King. When Wang Xian arrived at his residence, a group of draconids were waiting inside. Upon seeing him, they rushed over to welcome him. How is it? Wang Xian asked them directly. The group of draconids went to other towns to develop the business of the Dragon Assassin Organization. Dragon King, we want to Shaolin Town. That town is slightly bigger than Shanghai Town. Now that we have found the spy, we are only waiting for you to control them, Dragon King. Also, with the achievements of the Dragon Assassin Organization in Shanghai Town, it should be very easy to enter Shaolin Town. Long Yi reported to Wang Xian respectfully. Shaolin Town? If that's the case, let Ao Yao and the rest make a trip there. Wang Xian thought for a moment and said directly. The assassin organization was very profitable. In Shanghai Town, they earned close to 10 million middle-grade spirit stones in just a few days. Bridge Forest Town was bigger than Holy See Town, so the commission they earned would definitely not be less than that of Holy See Town. More than 10 million middle-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 7,000 to 8,000 dragon crystals. It could allow at least 2 strange demons to advance to Transcendent Level 4. If they were to encounter a mission to assassinate a Transcendent Level 7, the reward would be even more terrifying. It's the Dragon King. The group of draconids, Ao Yao, and the rest nodded. Wang Xian took out the mission stone plate and looked for a location to hunt the ferocious beasts so that he could improve his strength as soon as possible. The mission in the Holy See Town is obviously much more than the previous 2 days, especially the escort mission. Wang Xian revealed a curious look on his face. 5-star silver mission. Escort the Hanlin caravan to Donghai City and accept the conditions of the mission. At least a 3-star silver mercenary group. 1-star gold mission. Escort Beihua Town in front of Tianlan caravan and accept the conditions of the mission. At least a 4-star silver star mercenary group. When I entered the city earlier, I saw many merchants coming to Shanghai Town. It must be due to the siege of the city by the monsters. Wang Xian thought to himself. After the siege of the city by the monsters, the carcasses of the ferocious beasts were left behind everywhere. These carcasses were a huge fortune. The Holy See Town could not consume so many corpses of the ferocious beasts. Therefore, there would be merchants who would come to purchase them, or merchants from the Holy See Town who would purchase them before going to another place to sell them. Moreover, after the monsters attacked the city, there were almost no ferocious beasts in the lair of the monsters. At this time, entering the lair would allow me to easily obtain a large amount of spiritual herbs. Wang Xian thought to himself as his gaze landed on a mission. 4-star gold mission. Escort the Starship Merchant team to Bridge Forest Town. Due to the urgency of the time, they had to pass through the Bridge Forest Beast Park. A mission for Bridge Forest Town? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. A 4-star gold mission. Furthermore, it's a mission for Bridge Forest Town. Why don't I accept this mission and make a trip to Bridge Forest Town as well? Wang Xian knocked on the table beside him and stood up. Let's go to Bridgewood Town together, he said directly to the group of Draconids and Ao Yao. All right, Dragon King. Everyone nodded their heads. Let's go to the hiring association first. The escort mission could not be accepted directly on the mission stone plate. One had to obtain the approval of the caravan before they could accept the mission. The reward of the mission could be negotiated again. Wang Xian and the rest walked out and headed straight to the location of the Mercenary Association. As they had stayed in the Dragon Palace for a day, there were suddenly many more people at the entrance of the Mercenary Association. There were even more merchants dressed in luxurious clothes than the warriors of the Mercenary Association. The siege of the city by the monsters had made many mercenary groups rich. They were prepared to rest for a period of time. As a result, the number of mercenary groups that accepted the mission was only half of their usual number. Many merchant groups were prepared to hire powerful mercenary groups to head to another city. There were many merchant groups gathered at the entrance. Some of the merchant groups even held up signs with the words "Mercenary Mission" written on them. Wang Xian walked straight inside. The merchant groups that could issue gold-grade missions would not be at the entrance. A 4-star gold-grade mission required one to face an extraordinary 6th-grade ferocious beast at the very least. The reward for the mission alone was 6 million middle-grade spirit stones. There would not be more than 5 mercenary groups that could accept such a mission in Shanghai town. Wang Xian entered the hall of the Demon Hunters Association and immediately saw a very eye-catching caravan. There were 5 middle-aged and young men dressed in luxurious clothes. There was a signboard in front of them with a mission written on it. Many mercenary groups could only leave helplessly after taking a glance at it. The reward was very generous, but they were not qualified to accept this mission. Wang Xian took a glance and walked straight over. Chapter 935, Bridge Forest Beast Park. There isn't a single mercenary group that meets our requirements. We have to set off today, or else the flame flowers will die. In Holy Sea Town, there are no more than 5 mercenary groups that can pass through the Bridge Forest Beast Park. This is going to be troublesome. Why don't we invite the mercenary groups at a high price? Damn it, the living flame flowers cannot be put into the interspatial ring. If we can't find the mercenary groups, the flame flowers will all die. You have to know that as long as we send the flame flowers back, the price will be much higher. In the Demon Hunter mercenary group, 2 middle-aged men were discussing with furrowed brows. They were the largest business group in Bridge Forest Town, the Bridge Forest Business Group. Their business group was definitely the most powerful force in Bridge Forest Town. This time, they received the news in advance that a monster siege had happened in Holy Sea Town, so they quickly came to Holy Sea Town. Sure enough, they were not disappointed this time. They obtained a large number of fierce beast corpses. However, what surprised them the most was that they obtained a batch of raging flame flowers. Raging flame flowers were extraordinary 4th-grade spirit herbs. Raging flame flowers were an important ingredient for medicinal pills. They were extremely rare in Bridge Forest Town and were even in urgent need. If they could bring these raging flame flowers to Bridge Forest Town, these raging flame flowers would be able to obtain at least 15 million middle-grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to 2 years of profit for the Chamber of Commerce. However, those damn mercenary groups didn't keep the flowers perfectly when they picked them up. This caused the flame flowers to need to be used as soon as possible. Because of the flame flower's special characteristics, they would die quickly if they were put into the interspatial ring. Therefore, they could only use the original transportation method. Moreover, they had to reach Bridge Forest Town as fast as possible. The shortest route between Holy Sea Town and Bridge Forest Town was through the Bridge Forest Beast Park. The Bridge Forest Beast Park was a huge forest that covered an area of 100 kilometers. Because the Bridge Forest Beast Park was connected to the Donghua mountain range, it was a paradise for fierce beasts. Without the power of a rank 5 or 6 transcendent, it was impossible to pass through the Beast Park. With their strength, it would be difficult for them to pass through, so they had to hire a mercenary group to escort them. However, the strength of Holy Sea Town was about the same as that of Bridge Forest Town, so it was very difficult to hire a mercenary group of this level. For the whole morning, no mercenary group came, or perhaps they were not strong enough. This made them very irritated, and their faces were extremely ugly. We'll raise the commission of the mercenary group. If no mercenary group agrees, we'll raise the price again. Young master, what do you think? A middle-aged man frowned and asked the young man next to him. How much profit can we get from this batch of raging flame flowers? Among the 5 people, the only young man frowned and asked. Young master, the profit is about 15 million middle-grade spirit stones, which is the profit of our Chamber of Commerce for 2 years. The raging flame flowers are too precious. A middle-aged man next to him replied. Increase the commission by 1 million. The young man said with an unpleasant expression. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man nodded and swept his gaze across the surroundings. Changing the commission will take a few hours. Let's spread the word in the Chamber of Commerce first. I don't believe that those mercenary groups won't be tempted by the huge sum of money. The middle-aged man said. He cleared his throat and said, the gold 4-star mission of the Bridgewood Business Association will be increased by another 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. We welcome the experts of the Hiring Association to accept the mission. If everything goes smoothly, we will be able to reach Bridgewood Town in 2 days. Just as Wang Xian was walking over, he suddenly heard the voice of a middle-aged man in front of him. He was slightly stunned before a smile appeared on his face. An immediate increase of 1 million middle-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. Hiss! An immediate increase of 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. The Bridgewood Business Association is really rich. It's a 4-star gold-grade mission. We have to face an extraordinary 6th-grade ferocious beast. It's not something that we can accept. The middle-aged man's voice caused all the members of the Hiring Association to look shocked as they discussed softly. We'll take it. Wang Xian walked over and said to the 5 people in front of him with a smile on his face. Huh. The 5 people were slightly stunned as they looked at Wang Xian. When they saw his face, everyone was slightly stunned. Do you guys have the ability? The young man in the middle raised his eyebrows slightly as he sized up Wang Xian. Finally, his gaze landed on the middle-aged man's chest. There was a different expression on his face. Gold 2-star mercenary group? Call your leader over. The young man said to Wang Xian. You're the leader? Are you kidding me? You guys don't have the ability to accept our mission. A middle-aged man shook his head in amusement. A gold mercenary group was very powerful in Shanghai Town. However, with a young man as the leader, they didn't believe that the other party had the ability to cross the Bridge Forest Beast Park. If we don't have the qualifications, no other mercenary group in Shanghai Town would have the qualifications. Wang Xian smiled faintly and revealed a strong confidence on his face. Then call the leader of your mercenary group over to talk to us. You don't have the qualifications yet. The young man looked at Wang Xian and said directly with a frown. Hey, the leader of the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group is Leader Wang. Just as Leader Wang said, if Leader Wang and the rest aren't qualified to take on your mission, the entire Shanghai Town would be disqualified. That's right. If Captain Wang is not qualified, you can go back on your own. Haha. Around them, some members of the mercenary group saw this scene and laughed out loud. The young man and the rest were slightly stunned. They looked at Wang Xian with a surprised expression and frowned. Celestial Phoenix mercenary group, Wang Xian. Wang Xian extended his hand and said to the 5 of them. Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. The 5 of them had a change in expression. Even though they had only been in Holy Sea Town for a day, they had heard of the name of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. Destroy the Illusionary Sea mercenary group and the Knife Scar mercenary group. The current king of the mercenary group in Holy Sea Town was a mercenary group created by a genius, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. Hello, Captain Wang. With the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group escorting us, we can rest assured. With the remuneration of 6 million middle-grade spirit stones and 1 million middle-grade spirit stones from the mercenary group, we will set off immediately if Captain Wang agrees. A middle-aged man said hurriedly as he sized up Wang Xian in astonishment. All right, we have accepted the mission. You guys can just confirm it. Wang Xian nodded. All right, Captain Wang, we are in a hurry. After the mission is completed, we will give you all the commission. The middle-aged man said to Wang Xian. All right, let's go. Wang Xian nodded and said directly to them. All right, I wonder if Leader Wang has anything else to prepare? The middle-aged man continued to ask. It's ready. Let's go. Wang Xian said with a smile. Chapter 936, Bridge Forest Beast Park 2. Commander Wang, we have a total of 25 people and 5 carriages. Due to the urgency of time, we need to cross the Bridge Forest Beast Park. The Bridge Forest Beast Park is a very dangerous area. If we cross it directly, there is a high chance of encountering a supernatural Tier 6 ferocious beast. If we are unlucky, we might even encounter a supernatural Tier 7 ferocious beast. A middle-aged man from the Bridge Forest Business Association said to Wang Xian after coming out of the Employment Association. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. Don't worry. Leave the safety issue to us. I guarantee that we will send all of you to Bridge Forest Town safely, he said with confidence. With the current strength of Wang Xian and the rest, they could deal with even a level 8 supernatural beast, let alone a level 6 supernatural beast. That's good. The middle-aged man nodded, and the group came to a restaurant. In front of the restaurant, 5 carriages had been prepared. The group was already getting ready in the carriages. Brother Feng, have you hired the mercenary group? A woman in the middle got down from an extremely luxurious carriage and said to the middle-aged man, We found them. Let's set off immediately. The young man nodded and said, You found them? That's great. The lady said with a smile on her face. She looked at Wang Xian and the rest and saw a slight difference in Wang Xian. It can't be them, right? Yes, they are very famous in Shanghai town. They are known as the #1 mercenary group. There shouldn't be a problem. The young man nodded. There should be no problem. We are passing through the Bridge Forest Beast Park. The girl slightly pouted. The reputation is well-deserved. There should be no problem with this mercenary group. The young man also said with uncertainty. He did not dare to imagine that such a young man was actually the leader of the strongest mercenary group in Holy See Town. Young master, we are about to set off. We have to hurry. At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice was heard. All right, let's go. The young man nodded and boarded the girl's carriage. Leader Wang, thank you for your trouble, a middle-aged man said to Wang Xian. Don't worry, let's set off. Wang Xian nodded and said to him. All right. The carriage set off from the west gate and headed outside. Wang Xian, Ao Jian, and the rest sat at the front and back as well as on the central carriage. They looked relaxed. Captain Wang, we have already left the city. Do we need your members to stand guard in front of us? After leaving Shanghai town, they entered the wild. There was no safe zone in the wild. Even if it was a road that was frequently taken by people, if they were unlucky, they might encounter ferocious beasts that were at level 8 or 9 of the extraordinary. Therefore, once they were out of the city, the mercenary group had to be on alert. After they were out of Shanghai town, a middle-aged man from the Chilling Chamber of Commerce frowned and asked Wang Xian, Everyone, please rest assured. We will guarantee that everyone will enter Chilling town safely and escort them. We have our own arrangements. Wang Xian said confidently. Ao Yao and the rest were already on alert in the surroundings. They would be able to react in time if they were to encounter any danger. Furthermore, if there were ferocious beasts in the surroundings, Ao Yao and the rest would be able to handle them easily. They would only be in danger if they were to encounter those extraordinary level 9 ferocious beasts. As long as Commander Wang understands. The middle-aged man frowned when he heard Wang Xian's words. His expression didn't look too good. However, he couldn't say anything. After all, He had to rely on the other party's protection. He exchanged glances with the other four middle-aged men. Their expressions didn't look too good. Wang Xian's feeling made them feel that they weren't reliable. The horse carriage drove at a fast speed. The horse was a stallion with a burly body that was at least 3 meters tall. The strength of the stallion had reached the level of immortals and gods on earth. It could run for 2 days and 2 nights. The horse carriage traveled at a fast speed and did not encounter any ferocious beasts along the way. It should be said that Ao Yao and the rest had cleared out all the ferocious beasts in front of them. Our luck is really good. We actually didn't encounter any ferocious beasts along the way. After traveling for 5 hours, the 4 middle-aged men looked at each other and said in astonishment, "The Bridge Forest Beast Park is ahead. Let's stop and have some food before charging through the Bridge Forest Beast Park in one go." When they arrived at the front of a forest, a middle-aged man said to Wang Xian and the rest. "Sure," Wang Xian said nonchalantly. The 5 carriages stopped and everyone took out their food. With the interspatial ring, food was very easy to carry for the powerhouses of the supernatural continent. The Bridge Forest Beast Park is right in front of us. There are many dangers in there. We have to be more vigilant. The young man got down from the carriage and said to the young man beside him, "With Brother Feng around, I'm not afraid of anything." The girl said to the young man with a bright smile, "Don't worry, I'm here." The young man nodded proudly and looked at Wang Xian and the rest. The Bridge Forest Beast Park? Wang Xian looked at the location in front of him. Every tree was a few hundred meters tall, and their branches and leaves were very lush. It was afternoon, and there were only a few rays of light inside. "Commander Wang, it's not a wise choice to stay in the Chilean Beast Park. We need to break out of here in one go. Tomorrow night, we can pass through the entire Chilean Beast Park. During this period, I hope Commander Wang and the rest of you can cheer up." A middle-aged man walked to Wang Xian's side and said solemnly, "You can rest in the carriage. Leave the rest to us." Wang Xian said indifferently, "All right, we'll leave it to Captain Wang then." The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Wang Xian. He wanted to say something but didn't say it out loud. "Let's go." After more than 10 minutes, the group set off again and entered the Bridge Forest Beast Park, which was like an abyss. There was a type of black weed growing at the bottom of the Bridge Forest Beast Park. It looked a little strange. The depth of the weed was even 1 meter deep. It was also because of this that the mercenary group that lacked strength would definitely not dare to step into the Bridge Forest Beast Park. "Commander Wang, don't you want to let your men guard the surroundings? This is not a flat land." After entering the Bridge Forest Beast Park, a few middle-aged men saw that Wang Xian and the rest were still standing on the horse carriage. They asked with an ugly expression. Their eyes were cold. If they were to say that they didn't enter the Bridge Forest Beast Park and were so careless, they wouldn't be able to say anything. However, if they were still so careless after entering the Bridge Forest Beast Park, they would be courting death. Once upon a time, a gold mercenary group was wiped out in the Bridge Forest Beast Park. That gold mercenary group had the strength of 3 level 6 transcendents, but they were still wiped out. Now, they actually dared to be so careless. They were simply courting death. This was hard for them to endure. No matter how awesome you were in Holy Sea Town, you can't be so careless, right? How could such a careless mercenary group survive till now? You're courting death. We don't want to die. Chapter 937. This is our territory. In the dark and gloomy Chilean Beast Park, 4 middle-aged men stared at Wang Xian with a slightly embarrassed expression. After entering the Chilean Beast Park, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group still didn't put up any alert around them. They couldn't sit still anymore. This concerned their lives. Wang Xian saw their expressions and frowned slightly. He stood up from the carriage and said, "Don't worry, everyone. We have our own alert method. There won't be any problems." Surveillance method? What kind of surveillance method can you guys have while sitting on the horses? A few middle-aged men glanced at Wang Xian and the rest with a displeased expression. All of them were sitting on the carriage. What kind of surveillance method could there be? What's wrong? At this moment, the young man from the central carriage came out from the carriage and looked at the four middle-aged men with a puzzled expression. Young master, we entered the beast park of the Bridge Forest and hoped that they would hire a team to send people to guard the surroundings. However, they said that they have a way to do so. We are a little worried. The four middle-aged men said hurriedly. Commander Wong, we are going to cross the beast park of the Bridge Forest. We are not joking. If we are not on guard, what if a ferocious beast suddenly appears in front of us? What if it eats us and destroys our spiritual herbs? The young man's face turned ugly instantly. He spoke directly to Wang Xian with great dissatisfaction. Since we, the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group, have accepted your mission, we can guarantee that we will complete it. We have already set up a perimeter around the area. Everyone, just leave in peace. Wang Xian assured them once again. With Ao Yao and the rest around, their safety was definitely beyond their imagination. However, he couldn't let Ao Yao and the rest be exposed. Don't worry, how can we be at ease? This is the Bridge Forest Beast Park, and it concerns the lives of all of us. How can we be at ease? As a golden mercenary group, don't you know how to carry out missions in the wild? The young man scanned his surroundings with an unpleasant expression. Hey, our lives are precious. Your mercenary group better be more serious. Otherwise, we will file a complaint against you when we arrive. A girl's head popped out from the carriage and said to Wang Xian angrily. Wang Xian frowned and gestured to Ao Jian and the rest. 2 in the front, 2 in the back. Yes. The 4 golden swordfish immediately got down from the carriage and spread out. Let's go, Wang Xian said to the 4 middle-aged men expressionlessly. What attitude? The young man was a little dissatisfied with Wang Xian's attitude as he said coldly. Let's go. The 4 middle-aged men looked at each other and nodded. They didn't want to get into a conflict with the mercenary group. If they really got into a conflict, it wouldn't be beneficial to them. The carriage continued to move forward. Soon, night arrived. The entire area turned dark and was filled with moisture. However, the darkness did not affect the extraordinaires much. They continued to move forward. Roar, roar, roar. All of a sudden, roars came from the front. The expressions of the 4 middle-aged men changed drastically. Oh no, it's the roar of a powerful, ferocious beast. Stop it now. Wang Xian swept his gaze over. A strange glint flashed in his eyes. Proceed forward. There won't be any problems. Captain Wang, it's better to be safe than sorry. I'll have to trouble you to send your men to investigate. A few middle-aged men said to Wang Xian with an unpleasant expression. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. He sat on the carriage and did not move. When the middle-aged men saw that Wang Xian was unmoved, they looked at each other with a hint of coldness in their eyes. However, the roars of the ferocious beasts soon disappeared. After a few minutes of stagnation, the carriage continued to move forward. On the way, there were no obstructions and no ferocious beasts came to disturb them. This made the 4 middle-aged men let out a sigh of relief. They thought to themselves that they were really lucky. Following that, they glanced at Wang Xian and the rest with displeasure. We are about to cross the Bridge Forest Beast Park. We are very lucky. A middle-aged man said loudly with a smile on his face. In less than 10 minutes, they drove out of the huge forest. Outside was a stretch of yellow soil. They were basically safe after arriving here. The carriage rested for more than 10 minutes before continuing forward. 4 hours later, a city wall appeared in everyone's sight. Bridge Forest Town was similar to Holy Sea Town, and both were important towns. We're here. We're finally here, haha. Let's go. I'll treat you all to a good meal tonight. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. The young man also came out of the carriage and stood on it, laughing loudly. Young master, the president is waiting for us at the East Gate. Our harvest this time is huge. A middle-aged man said excitedly. Haha, that's right. The young man was also full of pride. This time, his father would definitely reward him well. Let's go into the city. It was already around 7 o'clock in the evening. Some mercenary groups were returning from the outside. When they saw the horse carriage of the Wang Xian Bridge Forest Chamber of Commerce, they immediately made way. Wang Xian was also full of smiles. Although the journey was a little unpleasant, they arrived successfully. With 7 million middle-grade spirit stones in hand, this escort was totally worth it. Moreover, Ao Yao and the rest had also killed an extraordinary 7th-grade ferocious beast midway. Haha, Feng Er, not bad at all. You've done well. At this moment, a carefree voice was heard. A burly middle-aged man dressed in a white long robe walked up with a smile on his face. Behind him were more than 10 middle-aged elders. Father, our luck isn't bad this time. The youth walked down from the carriage with a face full of smiles and said with a smile, Haha, luck is also a part of strength. The middle-aged man said with a loud laugh. Young Master Feng, let's move the raging flame flower to prevent them from dying. An elder said with a smile and waved at the people behind him. Okay, take a look and see if there are any dead. The young man said with a smile. Okay, young Master Feng. The old man walked to the carriage and opened one box after another. However, soon, the old man's face darkened. Old Hong, what's going on? The middle-aged man saw that the old man's face was not good, so he frowned and asked, Is there a problem with the flame flower? Pa. The old man slowly nodded and opened another box. More than half of them died. What? More than half of them died? When the young man heard the old man's words, his face immediately turned ugly, and he hurriedly ran over. How did so many of them die? The young man saw that many of the flame flowers that had been preserved in the box no longer had any flames on them, which meant that they were dead. The flame flowers were worth around 15 million middle-grade spirit stones, and the remaining 60 million middle-grade spirit stones were already considered good enough. Moreover, the commission for this mission was 7 million middle-grade spirit stones. This caused the young man's expression to change drastically. The flame flowers themselves are very difficult to preserve. It's inevitable that more than half of them will die. Chapter 938. This is our territory. The old man looked at the flaming flowers one by one, and his expression turned ugly. If these flaming flowers didn't die, the Bridge Forest Business Association would definitely be able to make a huge profit. If some of them die, so be it. There should still be some profit. The middle-aged man said with some heartache. Everyone, can we settle the commission for our mercenary group first? Wang Xian watched as they conversed. No one came to talk about the commission with them. He walked straight to the 4 middle-aged men and asked directly. Commission? The 4 middle-aged men didn't look too good when they saw the death of the blazing flame flower. The death of the blazing flame flower meant that all their rewards were gone. Seeing Wang Xian coming over to ask for the commission, the middle-aged man walked toward the young man with a sullen face. Young master, the members of the mercenary group are asking for the commission. Commission? The young man, who was already extremely embarrassed, looked even worse. Just bring them to the mercenary group to claim their commission. The mercenary group only has a commission of 6 million middle-grade spirit stones. They are still 1 million short. Wang Xian walked over with a smile on his face and said to the young man, A commission of 7 million middle-grade spirit stones? The middle-aged man beside him frowned and asked, That's right. The commission of 6 million middle-grade spirit stones was raised to 7 million after crossing the Bridge Forest Beast Park. They understand very well. Wang Xian nodded and said, We understand, but what did your hiring association do along the way? The young man gritted his teeth and said coldly to Wang Xian, Along the way, you guys didn't even keep a lookout. If it wasn't for our good luck, how could we have crossed the Bridge Forest Beast Park? That's right. Your mission this time is no different from picking up money. You guys didn't encounter any ferocious beasts along the way and got 6 million middle-grade spirit stones for nothing. Be content. When the middle-aged man heard the young man's words, he immediately said coldly, I'm really envious of you guys. We worked our asses off and didn't get anything. Yet you guys picked up 6 million middle-grade spirit stones for nothing. The other middle-aged man also said with some ridicule. What's going on? The middle-aged man saw his son and the other two employees' words and asked the young man. The young man immediately told the middle-aged man the details of the mission. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Xian, who was beside him. Young man, don't be too greedy if you haven't done anything. Go and get the 6 million commission from the hiring association. Does this mean that you don't intend to pay the remaining 1 million commission? When Wang Xian heard their words, his eyes turned cold immediately. A faint chill gushed out from his body. There was no one who paid the 1 million commission in the first place. Why wouldn't I pay it? The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth curled up slightly. He felt the aura from Wang Xian and said with some sarcasm, "The money from our Celestial Phoenix mercenary group is not something to be greedy for. I'm warning you guys, don't do anything stupid." Wang Xian's gaze turned cold and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Since we have completed the mission, all of you should give us the promised reward." This mission seemed to be very easy, but this was because of Ao Yao and the rest. One had to know that they had encountered a ferocious beast of supernatural 7th level this time. If it were any other golden mercenary group, they might have failed this mission. However, the probability of all of them dying was very high. Now, they actually dared to take the 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. This was not something that Wang Xian could tolerate. Although they did not know the dangers along the way, this was not the reason why they did not give them a commission. What's the matter, kid? You're not satisfied with the 6 million commission? Do you want more? The middle-aged man stared at Wang Xian with a very strong gaze. Then, your Bridge Forest Business Association is going to make an enemy out of us, the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group. 1 million middle-grade spirit stones is not worth offending a gold mercenary group. Wang Xian said coldly. Haha, kid, are you threatening us? The middle-aged man suddenly burst into laughter. He stared at Wang Xian with a cold expression, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Kid, why don't you take a look at whose territory this is? How dare you threaten our Bridge Forest Business Association? This is the territory of our Bridgewood Chamber of Commerce. The 6 million commission is already a compliment to all of you. We shouldn't have given a single cent to a trashy mercenary group like you. Damn it. We didn't do anything and took 6 million for nothing. The young man said with disdain. If he hadn't given the 6 million to the mercenary group, he wouldn't have wanted to give it to them. All right. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's wait and see then. I will make all of you regret this 1 million. Kid, I'm warning you. Don't spout nonsense. The Golden Hiring Association is very powerful, but we, the Bridgewood Business Association, don't take them seriously. The old man beside him said coldly. President Lin, what's going on? At this moment, a mercenary group walked in from the entrance. More than 20 people were covered in blood, and they were filled with a strong murderous aura and confidence. It's nothing. A mercenary group from Shanghai town is greedy for more revenge. The middle-aged man said to the old man who walked in with a faint smile on his face. The mercenary group from Shanghai town dares to look for trouble with us? Are they courting death? The old man walked over with great strides. He stood in front of Wang Xian and the rest and stared at him with a domineering gaze. The Golden Mercenary Group seems to be quite strong. However, you guys are still not at the stage where you can act impudently here. Be careful, you won't be able to leave Shaolin town. Wang Xian looked at the domineering old man and swept his gaze across the people from the Shaolin Business Association. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, Wang Xian revealed a faint smile on his face. I don't know if you know about the dragon thorns. The dragon thorns have arrived at your Bridge Forest town. What dragon thorns and dog thorns? Kid, if you still dare to cause trouble here, I will make you regret it. President Lin of the Bridge Forest Business Association said coldly. Hee, it doesn't matter if you don't know about it. You will know about it tonight. Wang Xian smiled as he turned around and walked towards the center of the town. Those guys don't know what's good for them. They got 6 million for nothing. The young man looked at the figures of Wang Xian and the rest with an embarrassed expression. All right, let's go back. There's nothing to be afraid of for a mercenary group from Shanghai town. They should know what to do after they know our strength. The middle-aged man patted the young man's shoulder and said nonchalantly. The Bridge Forest Business Association was the largest business association in Bridge Forest Town. It was the most powerful business association in the entire town. The mayor of Bridge Forest Town was an expert at transcendent level rank 8. His strength was on par with the founder of the Bridge Forest Business Association. Moreover, the mayor of Bridge Forest Town had a very good relationship with the Bridge Forest Business Association. With such a background, the Bridge Forest Business Association did not fear anyone in Bridge Forest Town. The good and evil value has reached -300. It seems that they have killed many people. Your territory? Hee hee, tonight, darkness has arrived. Chapter 939. Darkness was approaching. Call all the spies of the Dragon Spike in Xiaoling Town over. Get them ready tonight. Wang Xian walked towards the location of the Demon Hunters Association in Xiaoling Town and said to Long Yi, who was following him with a cold gaze. It's the Dragon King. Long Yi nodded his head respectfully. Xiaoling Business Association? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. This was the first time the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group had accepted an escort mission. However, they didn't expect to be rejected by someone. Furthermore, they were so arrogant. Their territory? Wang Xian's face turned cold and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Long Ci was just about to enter Bridge Forest Town. He would use the Bridge Forest Business Association to make his move and shake the entire town. He descended into Bridge Forest Town in an invincible manner. A cold smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He went to the hiring association and accepted the reward for this mission. 6 million middle-grade spirit stones. Although it was not a small sum, he was still slightly displeased. This was not a problem of spirit stones, but a problem of their attitude. After receiving the reward, Wang Xian found a restaurant and sat down. He ordered a table full of dishes. I heard that there was a monster siege in Shanghai town. Many mercenary groups have made a fortune this time. Danger and opportunity coexist. The scale of the monster siege this time is not very large. Shanghai town managed to defend it easily. The main reason is that the mayor of Shanghai town is relatively strong. He is a top-notch expert at Transcendent Level 9. I heard from a friend that Shanghai town is quite chaotic recently. It seems to be because of an assassin organization. That assassin organization is very powerful. Damn it. If only I had the money, I would hire an assassin to destroy the Bridgewood Chamber of Commerce. Their Chamber of Commerce monopolizes the food supply in Bridgewood Town. As a result, many people can't even eat. The Bridgewood Chamber of Commerce is too bloodthirsty. Moreover, the mayor doesn't care about it. Damn it. While Wang Xian was eating, a few voices of discussion came from the side. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and ate some food before walking out. In the center of Shaolin Town, there were 4 big pill and weapon workshops, the Life and Death Pill Workshop, the Holy Item Forging Workshop, the Phoenix Immortal, and the Shaolin Pill and Weapon Workshop. However, the Phoenix Immortal Pill and Weapon Workshop was completely empty. No martial artists entered. Obviously, they had suffered a huge blow. Dragon King, the people have been called over. Not long after, Long Yi walked over and whispered to him. Wang Xian nodded and found a secret place to develop the 10 of them into Dragon Men one by one. They would receive a fixed monthly bonus that was sufficient to survive. It was late at night. Wang Xian was staying in a restaurant at the center of Shaolin Town. When he opened the window, he could see a huge mansion in the distance. That was the mansion of the Lin family of the Shaolin Business Association. In Shaolin Town, the Lin family's influence was unparalleled. At night, the Lin family was brightly lit. One could vaguely see that there were guards patrolling inside. In the center, There was an array formation in Wang Xian's line of sight. It was an extraordinary level 7 array formation. A family that could come up with such an array formation was definitely not simple. According to Wang Xian's understanding at night, the strength of the Bridgewood Business Association was somewhat beyond his expectations. As the greatest strength of Bridgewood Town, the Lin family had 1 level 8 extraordinaire and 2 level 7 extraordinaires, 6 level 6 extraordinaires, and more than a dozen level 5 extraordinaires. This strength completely crushed all the families in Shanghai Town. This was also the reason why the Bridge Forest Business Association didn't put Wang Xian and the rest of the Golden Mercenary Group in their eyes at all tonight. You will pay a heavy price. Wang Xian opened the window and looked at the Lin family's mansion with a twinkle in his eyes. Ao Yao led all the strange demons and rushed over. I wonder if I can kill all the powerhouses of the Bridge Forest Business Association. Wang Xian mumbled as he stood there and waited quietly. Roar, there's an assassin. There weren't many people on the streets of Shaolin Town in the early morning. Even in the center of the town, there weren't many people left. However, at this moment, a loud roar came from the Lin family's residence. What's going on? What happened? It's Old Master Lin's voice. Quick, quick, there's an assassin. Not good, President Lin has been killed. Oh my God. There's an assassin. There's an assassin. Following that, a chaotic sound came from the Lin family mansion. The light instantly lit up the entire Lin family mansion. In the middle of the night, that loud roar spread across half of Shaolin Town, causing everyone who was sleeping to be slightly startled. Following that, the surrounding rooms lit up one by one, and they all looked towards the Lin family mansion with faces full of shock. What happened? It seems to be the sound coming from the Lin family mansion. There's an assassin? Could it be that there's an assassin assassinating the Lin family members? Impossible, right? Could it be an assassin from the undercurrent? But who has so much money to hire an assassin to assassinate the Lin family's experts? In Shaolin Town, who would dare to assassinate a member of the Lin family? The windows in the restaurant had already been opened one by one. Some of the customers were talking in astonishment. Wang Xian frowned. It didn't work? That's not good. His eyes flickered as he saw Ao Yao and the rest flying towards him with his dark fire dragon eyes. Dragon King. A group of 21 strange demons arrived and greeted Wang Xian respectfully. What happened? Did you fail? Wang Xian frowned and asked. Dragon King, I was discovered when I was trying to assassinate that level 8 supernatural realm expert. The strange demon said with an unpleasant expression. Fortunately, I managed to assassinate him at the very last moment. 13 level 5 supernatural realm experts were assassinated, 5 level 6 supernatural realm experts were assassinated, and 2 level 7 supernatural realm experts were not assassinated. Ao Yao continued to speak to Wang Xian. There are still 2 level 7 transcendents and 1 level 6 transcendents. It doesn't matter. Have you guys been discovered? Wang Xian was more satisfied with this assassination and asked. No, we left immediately because we were afraid of being discovered by others. The remaining 2 level 7 transcendents, do you want to? Ao Yao shook her head and said. No, we don't have to do anything today. We will do it tomorrow. Hee. Let them enjoy the fear. Wang Xian smiled coldly. He was very satisfied with the assassination this time. 70% of the experts in the Bridgewood Business Association had been killed, especially the death of a level 8 extraordinaire. It was enough to shake the strongest family in Bridgewood Town. The remaining 2 extraordinary level 7 experts could be killed at any time. Send out the contact information of our Dragon Spike mercenary group. We will liven up the entire Bridgewood Town tomorrow. Wang Xian said with a smile. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao and the rest nodded and disappeared quickly. Wang Xian took the interspatial ring that Ao Yao gave him and looked at them one by one. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. It seems that I have made the right decision to come here. The items in the interspatial ring alone are worth more than 100 million middle-grade spirit stones. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.